Okay. Had a bit of a setup issue. A multitude of things. Now I can officially start. Oh, I'm a minute behind. Oh, hold on. I just gotta check one last thing. One last little thing. Where is it? And quickly back to my Twitch chat. Quick refresh to make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay. Fortuitous timing as always, Niren. Tataru was about to brief me on the search for our missing comrades. If he would be so kind. Absolutely. You'll be pleased to hear that Riol and his men have been making excellent progress. Remember how Philawan helped me to escape the Crystal Braves in Nimsa only to then disappear? Well, according to Riol, she crept aboard a ship bound for routes at Han, where she's been hiding ever since. He assures me that it won't be long before we're reunited. As for Ida and Papa Limo, the remains of their link pearls have been found, and in the Pearl Lane of all places. Riol thinks they must have disposed of them after escaping from the Royal Promenade. Yes, that would make sense. They could not risk being eavesdropped upon by our betrayers. We're all but certain they fled the city shortly after, though we still don't have a clue as to where they went. I see. What of Thancred and Nephilia? I'm afraid I have nothing to share, new to share with those two. But it's not all doom and gloom. The good news is we've enlisted the services of Charlene Scholar, one of the students of Aldessian, to aid in the search, who should be arriving any day now. One of the students, you say? I should very much like to meet this scholar if time permits. But first we must attend to a more pressing matter. Sir Emmerich has summoned the two of us for a private audience. The messenger did not specify what he wished to discuss, only that it was urgent. Assuming you have no objections, Niren, I suggest we proceed to the congregation forthwith. And mayhap we can meet with the scholar afterwards, agreed? Agreed. In that case, I'll think I'll return to the Forgotten Knight for now. Things are liable to fall apart if I'm gone too long, you know. You backflip.
Thank you for coming. I wish to speak with you both in a place where privacy was assured.
We quite understand. What was it that you wished to discuss?
With my father's passing, the seat of the Archbishop lies vacant. And so, in accordance with canon law, I have assumed his responsibilities. I should stress that this is a temporary measure. It was never intended that the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights serve in this capacity indefinitely. Quite the opposite. The statutes specify that I should surrender my powers as soon as a conclave of the senior clergy and the high houses have named a new archbishop. But in light of recent events, that would not seem appropriate.
I confess I did not expect you to divulge quite so much quite so soon. The details of the Archbishop's plans, perhaps, but the true origin of the war and all it entails?
Well, if you put someone else in charge, they're just going to keep the lie going.
I too had concerns. But when the Warrior of Light is witnessed returning to the capital upon the back of a dragon, one's options are rather limited. Mayhap I could have concealed certain details, but for how long? And at what risk? Should the truth have come to light in the meantime, how would the people have viewed my silence? After 1,000 years of lies and secrecy, I could not well abuse their trust and hope to be believed. The time for deception has passed. I only wish the people agreed. That some would deny the truth I had anticipated, but not this many. And among the few who acknowledged that my father had to be stopped, no small number questioned our methods.
If they suspect a coup, it will not be long before some turn to violence.
It has already begun, and that on both sides. Men and women of the cloth are being harassed in the streets. Some have even been assaulted in the Broom. Hilda and her people have formed a watch to help us maintain order. But such measures will not prevent the unrest from spreading.
For all our talk of peace, the people remain frightened and confused. For their sake, we must bring the Dragonsong War to a definitive end.
And we should be glad to help you, Sir Emmerich. But what precisely would you have us do?
We wish to treat with the dragons of Annex Shrine. To that end, I would trouble you for an escort and an introduction.
Annex Shrine? You would speak with Vidofnir, then?
We must needs open a dialogue between our peoples. Acting as my representative, Lucia will extend an invitation to their leader, that she might visit us here in Ishgard. Were she still with us, I would of course have beseeched Isel's assistance in this matter. But as she is not, I must ask that you aid us in her stead. Will you do us this favor?
We will.
Thank you, my friends. Lucia, I leave the rest to you.
In the wake of the Archbishop's fall, the nation of Ishgard trembled, the faith of her people shaken to its very core. For 1,000 years had they fought and died, certain of the justice of their cause, only to be told that their holy war was born of the sins of their forefathers. What then for those brave men and women, thus stripped of their righteousness but to despair, to deny the truth and decry its speakers? And what then for those whom they defamed but to hope on, to have faith in a brighter tomorrow? A tomorrow in which man and dragon might live together in harmony, then as distant as the very stars in the heavens. Yet while we dared to hope, deep within his lair the enemy lay, gathering his strength. Nidhogg, now possessed of his 2 eyes and the body of the Azure Dragoon, prizes to which he had laid claim at the very hour of the hero's triumph. As desperately as we sought the solace of peace, the great worm craved the misery of war. Nor was he alone in his misbegotten desire.
Spooky. I know little of the lands these dragons call home, this annexed shrine. Had you not agreed to escort me, the coming journey would seem far more daunting prospect. I must confess I once shuddered at the thought of it, yet even the longest journey begins with the first step, does it not? But ere we set forth, Niran and I must inform our comrade of our plans. Very well, I shall see to my preparations. Then let us go bid farewell to Tatara, Niran. So, what was your secret meeting all about? I'm all ears. A diplomatic mission to annex Shrine, you say? I suppose it does take precedence. But should your meeting with Vidofnir happen to end early, you might consider rendezvousing with Y'shtola and Edelshire. She'll be there to receive our guest. Don't get me wrong, your meeting with the dragons is terribly important and everything, but the scholar just happens to be... Time permitting, as I said, we shall endeavor to join Y'shtola, but if we cannot, pass on our regards. Let us be off, Niran. We have kept the first commander waiting long enough. Jeez, Alphino. I mean, I know we gotta go, but it seems a smidge rude. Are you ready then? Good. So am I. The path is long but known to us. From Falcon's Nest we shall cross the western highlands and make for Tailfeather and Dravanian Polelands. There we can stop and rest and replenish our supplies. Questions? Not, then the stables await. Ugh. Was it Sandstorm? Oh, it's Dust Storms. Close enough. I always imagined that my first time I set a foot upon Dravanian soil would be at the head of an army. And here I am, ready to treat with the brothers and sisters of mine enemies. Full well do I know how difficult it can be to set aside the past. Though it was I who first proposed recruiting Sail to our cause, I questioned the wisdom of my words almost as soon as I had uttered them. For a long time after that. Here was a young woman with the blood of innocence on her hands. Men, women, children, all slain in the name of the implacable Lady Iceheart. Yet she acknowledged her misdeeds and agreed to join us in common cause. At our side she fought in service to the greater good, even unto her dying breath. All that does not absolve her of her sins, I hope that one day she will be remembered not merely as a heretic, but a misguided soul. Aw, thank you, Christina. But I'm just average Joe. Not good. Who dreamt of peace? You ask much, Master Alphinaud. Yet who can say what might come from what might come to pass should our negotiations bear fruit? Yes, of course. We must press on to annex Shrine if you'll follow me. Oh, wait, no, I can just teleport over there. Frank, can you stop meowing? I gave you food. You have your water. What more do you want from me? There she is. The thick lady herself. No, that's my cat. Thou art ever welcome here, friend of Ysael. But this one I do not know. Pray forgive us for this unannounced visit, Vidofnir. May I present to you Lucia, first commander of the Temple Knights of Ishgard, and our trusted friend. It is an honor to meet you, Vidofnir. I come as an envoy of Sir Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and acting leader of the Holy See. Indeed, you may speak, knight. For 1,000 years, man and dragon have been locked in an endless cycle of bloodshed and sorrow. To our shame, we long believed your kin to be the architects of this war, but now we know the truth, that King Thordan and his Knights 12 did willfully betray and murder the great one Ratatoska, shattering the peace between our peoples. For 1,000 years, our leaders conspired to conceal this truth, a truth which was at last laid bare by the Warrior of Light, the Azure Dragoon, and Ysael. Alas, deception so intricately wrought cannot be undone in a moment, and our people labor to accept the truth. After an eternity of war, who would dare to dream that peace could be at last within our grasp? A dream we must, as Ysael once did, and we must make that dream a reality as she could not. We humbly beseech you, Vidofnir, to join hands with us in friendship once more, before the eyes of my people in Ishgard. I need to drink water. I'm drying out. A most unexpected invitation. I have heard your request, knight. However, I cannot yet give you mine answer. May I ask why? This matter concerneth my sire. He must needs be consulted. Moreover, the Nath grow bold, even as they did before, and I would not leave my people at the mercy of the swarm. Then we will wait here. After 1,000 years of war, we shall not give up on peace for want of patience. Ah, fear not, knight. Thou shalt have my answer within thy lifetime. So soon? My humble thanks. I shall bear your words to my lord forthwith until we meet again. The Nath are growing bold, but Ravana promised. Dragon wife. Given the circumstances, I would say that went rather well. To be frank, I am surprised our proposal was not rejected outright. Whether aught will come of it remains to be seen, however. Mayhaps I should take this opportunity to speak with some of the other dragons. Ah, but you need not wait for me. The return journey holds no fear for me now. Well, if you have no further need of our assistance, we shall continue to Garlean. We hope to welcome a scholar who has agreed to aid us in the search for our missing comrades. Then I pray your journey is as swift and uneventful as ours, and thank you again for sparing the time to assist us, even when such grave matters remain unresolved. I can think of no greater matter than a 1,000-year war, one which our friends gave our lives to see ended. Suffice to say, I would willingly make 1,000 such journeys to ensure that the sacrifice was not in vain. Of that I have no doubt, Master Alphinaud. I only hope that fates will not hold you to your word. So, it would seem we have time to greet this scholar after all. How delightful. I shall be interested to hear how she means to go about finding Wenphilia and Thancred. I can only assume she is privy to some new investigative technique. In any event, our first order of business is to rendezvous with Y'shtola in Edelshire. That's right. It's not Idleshire. It's Edelshire. And it's raining. When I was doing Alexander, it rained for like 3 days straight. What am I doing? Ah, Naren, 'tis good to see you, I confess. I had assumed your business in Alexandria would detain you longer. Did your meeting with Vidofnia go well? As well as can be expected. She must discuss Sir Emmeric's proposal with Svelga, of course, but she seems to be amenable to the suggestion. What of our Charlene guest? Has she arrived yet? She has, but when I explained that you would be joining us, she asked if she might use the intervening time to explore. I agreed to meet her outside Front Bridge. We should be on our way. Spin. Oh yeah, is there going to be funny dialogue with these two? I know I've been ignoring them for time constraints, but... she's like... Wait, back in Ishgard, what was she trying to tell me? Ah, the warning.
I'm terribly sorry to have kept you all waiting.
There she is.
You need not apologize. We arrived but a moment ago ourselves. Pray, allow me to introduce Kryle, who has recently come from the Garlean motherland. She has generously offered to assist us.
Oh, please, think nothing of it. A trip to Eorzea was long overdue. You must be the Warrior of Light. Yes, you certainly do look the part. A pleasure to meet you at last, sir. And who is that I spy but young Alphonse Levieux himself? I dare say someone's grown an ilm or two in my absence. Or are those lifts in your boots?
We, Miss Kryle and I met at the studium years ago. I shall forever be indebted to her for her sage guidance.
It was no small task keeping him out of trouble, believe you me. The youngest ever to enter the studium, him and his sister, 11-year-old prodigies. Suffice it to say, social graces were not among his list of talents. Striding up to his seniors on his first day, head held high. What was it he said again?
Look at that shit-eating grin of hers.
Thank you, Kryle.
For what? I haven't finished yet. Would you care to attempt a more dexterous deflection?
I ship these two together, like...
Mayhap we should save this delightful conversation for a more fitting occasion, when pressing matters do not demand our undivided attention.
A bit much, but better. I can tell you have been putting your skills to use here in Eorzea. Henceforth, I trust you will dazzle me with your eloquence at the first time of asking. Right, on to more pressing matters. Finding Minfilia and the other missing scions.
I gather you have new information to share with us.
A new approach, actually. Tataru recounted the tale of your escape, and it gave me an idea. Simply put, assuming Thancred left some manner of trail when you whisked him away, as is almost always the case with teleportation magics, I am confident I can find and follow it.
Then what are you waiting for?
The wherewithal to do it. The fact is, my abilities aren't quite up to the task. Not in themselves, anyway. If I had Master Matoya's crystal eye, on the other hand...
Then let us all call on her forthwith. I think it best you explain your plan to her in person.
Oh yeah, off to Grandma's house. Yeah, but like normally I don't ship Alphino with like anyone. And Kryl with anyone, but I ship those two together just from this interaction alone. Oh, stopped raining. Come on, Teo. Oh, Teo. No, that's my racing chocobo. Companion. Okay, his name's not here. That's a fate. No, not the choke. There we go. Teo. He came with me all the way from Garlemald. And for the record, I tried to make him black, but it never succeeded, but I was okay with keeping him, what, ink blue. It's like black with black highlights. But, cause we're here in, like, Ishgard and such, he's got, like, winter clothes on. You did say we were headed for a cave, did you not? Because I certainly don't see a cave nearby. Is Master Matoya meeting us on the way or something? I've heard many stories of Master Matoya, some quite flattering, some others less so. Rest assured they are all true. This way, and have care where you tread. Alright, Teo, you guard the outside.
Oh, is that trouble I smell? Or did you forget to wipe your boots on the way in?
Forgive us, Master Matoya. We will be sure to wipe them on the way out. And may I say how glad I am that age has not yet deprived you of your senses.
God, I love these two fucking throwing knives at each other.
Ever so quick-witted, aren't we? To the detriment of your manners. Well, out with it then. What do you want?
Like, you know they both care for each other. And it's like, how you doing, you old slut? Great, you blind bitch. I see death hasn't claimed you yet. How many lives do you have left?
Introduce myself, Master Matoya. I am Kryle, of the students of Baldessian. I hope you will excuse our unannounced visit.
Baldessian, you say? Ah, yes. The old coot set up shop on the Isle of Val, didn't he?
Yeah, it's a love-hate relationship, but the hate hides the love.
Regrettably, our Order's headquarters and the Isle itself were obliterated by a magic of immense power. I have the blessing of light to thank for my own preservation.
Kryle, you too possess the Echo.
Well, yes, of course I do. Our Order is devoted to uncovering the mysteries of Hydaelyn and interpreting her will, particularly through the study of her gift to us. It was in the course of these studies that I met and subsequently befriended Minfilia. She and I have rather a lot in common.
I had no idea.
You weren't supposed to. Not that I wanted to deceive you, you understand, but precautions had to be taken.
Yes, yes, that's all well and good, but you still haven't told me why you're here.
The students of Baldessian are gone, and there is naught I can do to change that. But the signs of the Seventh Dawn can yet be restored, and my dear friend found. You have in your possession an ancient crystal of light, one you call your crystal eye. I believe I can use it to focus my abilities and locate one of the missing scions.
And there I was, thinking you might want to make use of my years of experience. Oh, wait here.
Long did I ponder the nature of this crystal and its familiar radiance, but never did I suspect it was a crystal of light.
That's a big crystal of light. Mine's handheld.
At the cusp of an umbral calamity, souls blessed with the power of the Echo invariably appear. To aid these, her chosen warriors, Hydaelyn bequeaths to each a slither of her strength in the form of a crystal of light. But as her strength wanes, so too does the potency of her gifts. This crystal, born of an earlier era, is infused with a power far greater than those of this age.
You could travel the length and breadth of the land and not find a crystal even a fraction as pure. Its value is beyond measure, as are the risks inherent in its use.
No two manifestations of the Echo are alike. I, for example, can converse with beings of every shape and size, excepting beasts, contrary to what others would have you believe. Language has nothing to do with it, of course. Rather, I am sensitive to the whispers of the soul. Their intent, their very essence even, the traces of which serve to guide the elementals to Y'shtola. Far-fetched though it may sound, I believe that with your crystal eye, I may be able to pick up where they left off and follow the remaining trail to Thancred. That is, if I have your permission.
Well, the poor sod's not going to find himself. So, as long as you don't drop it or take it out of my sight, you may do with it what you will.
Thank you, Master Matoya. Then let us begin. From the Black Shroud, the trail continues to the north and west, towards a mountain, the foot of Som Al. It was a near thing, but he was not deposited within the rock. I think.
Well, let's hope not.
The hunters of Tailfeather know those lands well. I say we begin our search there.
Thank you, Master Matoya. Were I to find myself in an unfamiliar wilderness, my first instinct would be to seek out signs of civilization. Ordinarily, perhaps, but in his wounded state, he may have not wished to risk contact with strangers of unknown allegiances. Yet even had Thancred chose to remain in the forest, the hunters would surely stumble across his trail. Tailfeather doesn't strike me as an isolated outpost, though. Merchants and traders pass through reasonably regularly, do they not? In which case, we'll need to provide a more detailed description when we question the locals. Fear not, Cryle. I've already prepared several sketches of Thancred for that very purpose. This is most impressive. You drew him from memory. A skill I acquired some years ago for reasons I no longer remember. I propose we split into two pairs. Your Stola and I will inquire in the outlying encampments, while Niran and Cryle question the residents of Tailfeather. Afterwards, we shall regroup near Lost House Spot and share our findings. Assuming there are no objections, let's be about it. My, he certainly has matured, hasn't he? Hard to imagine he was once a boy who practiced drawing for hours to impress young ladies. Anyway, we'd best get started. Find me when you finish making your rounds. Leopard. Such a fair friend of yours. Well, let's have a look then. A surprisingly accurate depiction of the missing Thancred, suggesting that Alpinode may have mistaken his life's calling. No, ain't seen him around, sorry. Marchamp. Oh, what you got there? A sketch. Can't say I know the face. You say he's something of a warrior. I heard a tale the other day about a Huron vagabond who brought down a Bandersnatch by himself, and with style. The way they tell it, he was dancing with the beast like it was like it was the bell of the bleeding ball. Sound like your man? Actually, yeah, that does sound like my man. That sounds like my dude. Sounds like my homie. What are you? You're a guy. A hairy man. They're not exactly rare, you know. Could you be more specific? I'll be super specific with this. I did spy this one bloke a while back. Didn't get a good look at his face, but it could have been him. This was beyond the forest, as I recall. Along the river to the west of Tailfeather. I remember thinking he wasn't much of a hunter. The lad was making no effort to cover his tracks, you see. That and he was carrying an axe instead of a bow. An axe? Thancred doesn't use axes. Hey, Kral. Finished? In that case, I think we've learned everything we can here. Let's see what the others have found out. Mine apologies for our late arrival. We thought it was wise to question as many hunters as we could. Many have made camp in inaccessible locations, ideal for hunting game, not so for receiving visitors. Nevertheless, our time proved well spent. There have been countless sightings of an exceptionally capable hired hunter with whom no one is familiar. Though none chanced to see the man's face, his height and build matched Thancred's description, as does his fighting prowess. Yeah, I got the same info. So, you've heard the same tales. Be that as it may, we yet want for conclusive proof. Mayhap this isn't unrelated, but I heard a curious tale regarding a vast trader. He came to Tailfeather in search of garments fit for a man of refinement. It seemed rather curious description for one of his kind. You are implying that Thancred sent a bath to the market in his stead, or would he not go himself? Well, if you recall, you yourself emerged from the live stream as naked as your name day. It is a scene I shall never forget. Is it now? Well, I was pleased to see you. I mean, it was a simple statement of fact. It stands to reason that Thancred found himself in the same predicament. In any case, if you had dealings with the Vath, they should be able to tell us, no? Quite right. Quite right, Krile, quite right. Deflecting the subject. Actually, hold on. Given that Alfnod seems to recall the details of my return so vividly, I would rather he did not draw me from memory, talented or not. Psst, Alfnod. I'm gonna need a drawing of your Stola. Privately. Well, what are we waiting for? For all we know, Thancred could be waiting for us in Lost Vath. We must go and see the Vath right away. Come along, everyone, come along. Frank, no! Do not jump up there! You'd end the stream immediately. Oh man, hold on, give me a minute while I try to remember what these guys sound like. No, he does not want attention. He just wants to climb over stuff. He was going to jump up where my PlayStation is, and every single time he does, he somehow manages to touch the hard drive I have, and then it freaks the fuck out because I think it got disconnected, which will shut the game off, shut my stream off, and I can't have that happen. So I skabooted him away. Also, I think I remember what these guys sound like. Great hunters, we welcome you once more to Lost Osvath. What do you seek this day? We seek a man with whom we have been told we have had certain dealings with. This man. How curious. The hunters tires of godly sport and pursue mortal prey. No, he's not prey, but a friend long missing. Good. He's friend to Vath as well, one with whom we have traded many times. Oh right, I remember now. I gave them a special fucking, I should stop swearing so much. I gave them a special, quirk. Every time they say none mine or one mine, they yell it. Truly, are you quite certain it was this man? There is no doubt. The fleshling clothed in skins came to us from some isle, lost and weak. Offered meat and hides in trade, and in exchange we tended his wounds. He brought us much flesh, so skilled hunter he was. Much flesh. When he asked for garments, we were glad to provide them. And where is he now? Gone to Lost Ostnoth. Not long ago, when he heard the One Mind had summoned our god once more. Ravana has returned. Vidofna did say the Nat had grown as before. What could Thancred hope to accomplish by himself? Honored Elder, we thank you for your help. Would that we could repay this kindness ere we depart, but we must hasten to our comrade's side. Go, great hunters, lest the Nath claim him as a sacrifice. Yeah, I thought it'd be funny that just on default, anytime they say one mind or none mind, they have to yell it. It's funny. Uh-oh. Looks like the fighting started.
Thancred! It could be Thancred! We must hurry!
Oh my god, it's John Final Fantasy. And his friends. He broke the parry. Really? Now?
This day, we reclaim the reins of history. This day,
We rid ourselves of the Ascians forever!
Fools playing at heroes, all of you. Is this how you believe you can save your world?
Boy, his voice changes when we get to a certain point. Actually, wait, no, he doesn't have a voice.
We can and we will, Ascian. You shall see. Or perhaps you will not!
I'm gonna have to try and remember that. That deep, gravelly voice. Yeah.
So you are the warrior of light. The savior of Eorzea.
And you guys fought an Ascian. And won?
It's a wonder you didn't come sooner. What with the primal and all. Lost a step, have we?
Have care. The ether moves strangely around him.
It would seem we share a common enemy. Mayhap you would tell us who you are.
Shall we show them?
Not friendly. Oh, you guys are dead. Knives, but who do we know that uses knives? Why, it's the sex man himself. Even sexier. Get him, Thancred.
Not very sporting of you to interrupt. But so be it. Mark well our faces, warrior of light. For we are the warriors of darkness. Walkers of a different path. And we shall meet again.
Quick, someone trade with her. Oh, damn it. Yeah, as soon as it's a fair fight, they run.
Warriors of Darkness? Really?
I know, right? What are they, edgelords? Speaking of edgelords.
Thancred, are you all right?
Uh-oh.
Pleasantries can wait. I'd rather not be here when the Nath arrive. Agreed?
Agreed.
Suffice it to say, our reunion was not at all as I pictured it. waiting until the last instant to join the fray. 'Tis plain you have not lost your appetite for the dramatic.
My appetite for the dramatic? Have you forgotten the circumstances of our parting? The heroic last stand, the tunnel filling with light, and then... Had I known you intended to use forbidden magics to deliver me to some god's forsaken wilderness, I would have thanked you in advance.
Thancred.
If nothing else, you might have warned me that I would emerge from the life stream in the altogether.
The nutkin. Covering his
Eventually,
nuts.
I managed to fashion knives from some obsidian I found, and set about hunting for meat and hides. Given that I'm not all that skilled in leatherworking, it's probably for the best that I met the Vath before I was reunited with you.
So you were the fleshling clothed in skins of whom the storyteller spoke?
A description which fit me as ill as the skins themselves. Happily, I was able to trade with the Vath for garments better becoming a man of refinement. From them I learned of Ravana, and of the great warrior who had once laid him low.
And thence did you conclude that were you to track the Primal's movements, it would surely bring you into contact with the Scions once more?
It seemed a reasonable assumption. I could think of no one else with your enthusiasm for slaying beastmen gods. Until now, that is.
Ah, yes. The self-proclaimed warriors of darkness. 'Tis only fitting that they stand in opposition to the warrior of light, I suppose.
I glimpsed the leaders past, if only for a moment. They were confronting a man in black. An Ascian, I think.
No, yeah, I saw it too.
If these warriors are capable of doing battle with Ascians and Primals both, they must be possessed of powerful protection. Protection not unlike the Echo.
Not unlike the blessing of light. Blessed with the power of the Echo and driven to put down primals. Despite his declaration that they walk a different path, I struggle to see how their goals conflict with ours. Nor is that the only oddity. I find it passing strange that such exceptional individuals should have wholly escaped our notice until now. Surely we would have heard rumors and attempted to recruit them to our cause. I recall no such adventures, and would not soon forget their like, nor would any of us, I think. One of our primary duties was to scour the city-states for promising candidates. Which is how Thancred found Niran. Ah, the memories. Seems like only yesterday that you slew your first primal. Speaking of which, I had a distinct impression that it was not the first time that the band of merry men and women had killed a god. I never to believe that a band of preternaturally gifted adventurers would have been traveling the land, slaying primals without our knowledge. It would imply gross negligence on our part. Speculation will avail us not. There's far too much we don't know. For the present, we must needs concentrate on what we do know, namely that Lord Ravana is no more, and Vidofnir must be informed. The news may render her more receptive to Saramek's invitation. Since you seem to have affairs well in hand, I shall take my leave. Simply being in the vicinity of this colony is giving me a stinking headache. If you have need of me, I shall be with Master Matoya. I would beg her assistance with the search for Minfilia. Wait, Minfilia is missing? I thought she escaped with Niran. I shall explain on the road. Much has happened in your absence. Yeah, it's a bit of a long story, Thancred. So when we were in the tunnel running away, she got a message from Heidelin and went back. I had not thought to see thee again so soon, mortal. If thou seekest the night, know that she hath long since departed for Ishgard. My thanks, Vidofnir, but it is not her we came for. We bring good tidings for you and yours. Lord Ravana, not Ravanu, who has been summoned by the Nath, has once again been laid low. Truly, once more you mortals have succeeded where mine own kind did fail. You have our deepest thanks. Would that we could take credit. The god fell by another's hand. Another revelation upon revelation. Regardless, it is cause for celebration. The Nath will have no choice but to withdraw. But to another matter, I have tidings for thee as well. Regarding the Ishgardian's invitation. As promised, I brought the matter to my sire. Hearken to his answer now. For 1,000 years I have mourned my beloved, who gave her life to forge peace thy king betrayed. Such was my lot until a child of Ishgard came unto me. For want of warmth she wrapped herself in a dream, yet the world will remember her deeds. For truth she fought, for justice she sinned, for redemption she sacrificed, and became as light. To follow her's heart, to have faith in one's convictions, be it for will or be it for woe, such is the folly and the glory of man, and of dragon. He hath entrusted the choice to us, and we have made it. We will keep faith with you, who walk in the light. Then you accept Sir Emmeric's invitation. Let it be known that I, Vidofnir, shall journey unto Ishgard on behalf of my people. We are honored to receive your answer and will convey your words to our allies without delay. It is happening, Assail. Would that you were here to see it. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away. God damn it, it's raining again. It always rains in this land.
Even as the Scions celebrated the return of a long-lost friend, honorable men plotted to deprive them of another. Honorable men, to whom Sir Emeric was no hero, but a scheming patricide. Honorable men, who would fain wash the paving stones of foundation with the tyrant's blood. Honorable men, whose knife in the dark was the spark which set the city aflame, and who sang as it burned.
Wait, does it always rain in that cutscene? Because if not, that was very fitting. Because I don't think it does. Unless it's raining in Ishgard right now. Oh, no, it's not. Actually, no, what am I doing? Oh, he's right there, never mind. Right, let us not keep Sir Emeric waiting. Are you quite well, Thancred? Yes, quite well. Forgive me, you've given me a rather lot to digest. This whole affair with the Ishgardians and the Dravanians. and our friends nowhere to be found. It would seem there is no end to our troubles. We can but face them head on, one at a time. For now, we must apply ourselves to our allotted tasks and leave the others to theirs. Remember, Thancred, we found you as they found me. In time, we will find Ida, Papalimo, and Minfilia as well. These troubles will soon be but a memory, one which we will look back on together. Pray, do not misunderstand. I did not mean to imply that it would be otherwise. I merely wish that I had rejoined our grand adventure at one of its most triumphal moments. Despite your recent accomplishments, the mood here is less than celebratory. But I have no doubt that we will enjoy many more glorious victories soon enough, and you may be rest assured that I will play my part in them to the very hilt. I know you will. Soon then, to the congregation. To the congregation. Backflip. Oh, Lucia and Hilda. Why are you... Something happened? You have returned. In this, at least, the fates are kind. Greetings, First Commander. I am pleased to inform you that Vidofnir has accepted Ceramic's invitation. She has? These are glad tidings indeed. Would that the Lord Commander were here to hear them. Ah, is he otherwise engaged? Aye, sleeping off a knife to the gut. What? What happened? Will he live? The Kyurgens tell me that he will make a full recovery, but had Lord Edmond and Lord Artoil had not been on hand when the assassin struck, he would not have been so fortunate. For a mercy, they subdued the fiend before he could land a telling blow. The attack was just the beginning, though. Not long after, all buildings around the city, including several of ours, burst into flame. Bastards caught us completely by surprise. We've been dousing the fires, but for every one we put out, seems like 2 more start up. Casualties are none, especially in the Broom. 'Tis plain these fires were started by the assassin's conspirators. Till they have been rounded up, there will be no end to this. Will you help us find them? Absolutely. Then let us be about it. I like Hilda's gun. Makes me wonder if it's unique to her or if the model's in the game. Because I thought Lucia's sword was unique, but it's not. Because this guy also has it. The flames are spreading. We must needs begin our investigation immediately. Witnesses must be found. Suspects must be identified. Sorry. Have you been able to determine the precise location where the fire is set? Mayhap there is a pattern. If there is, we have yet to discern it. Fires have been reported throughout the city in both the pillars and the foundation. Indeed, given the size of the area, it is best to divide our forces. Master Alphanor and Mistress Stola would have you take charge of the investigation and foundation. As you wish. Mayhap the tower can be of assistance as well. Me and near enemy get the pillars. Oh, they'll like me up there. Only question is, will the grizzled old rogue striking a pose over there be joining us? Thancred, Scions of the 7th Dawn, and I may say what is a pleasure to meet you too, my lady. I'll bet. The name's Hilda. A Scion, eh? And there I was thinking I found the fellow ruffian amongst all these illustrious personages. Oh, these two are like banging behind the scenes. I will remain here to coordinate the fire-quenching effort. If you learn aught of value, pray inform me immediately. That is all. Like, they'll both go to the bar, drink, and be like, yo, you wanna fuck? And they'll be like, hell yeah. While we could begin by sifting through the charred rubble and questioning random passerby, in my experience, every town has at least one individual who can be counted on to know things he or she should not. I think I know of one individual. Aye, the infamous Lord of Manolane de Fortemps, lover of women and wine. Though neither care for him that much. They say he could gossip for ishgard. Just the sort of fellow I had in mind. Capital suggestion, Niren. He'll be at the Crozier most like, making an effort to be seen, so let's go and see him. Grizzled, I will accept, but old. Ah. You're a DILF now. Actually, he's a DILF in all but name. Not yet, anyway. Not till he hits Shadowbringers. Backflip. Let's see. There he is. Well, well, if it isn't Niren, dearest of all my friends. You're looking rather glum. Something the matter, old boy? For starters, stop calling me old. I'm like 20. Ah, yes, the Arsons. Dreadful business that, and awfully curious, wouldn't you say? There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it at all. Naturally, we double the guard outside the manor, along with most of the other houses. Can't have the old pile going up in flames, after all. Oh, in case you are wondering why the Hauptland was awash with refugees, the lower levels of the vault have been opened to those unfortunate souls who have lost their homes. Sir Emmeric's orders, from what I hear. Remarkable man. Not even a knife in the ribs can keep him from his duties. Actually, old boy, if you're thinking about questioning the refugees, I should be more than happy to accompany you to the Hauptland. While you conduct your inquiries, I could offer words of comfort to the distressed and despondent young maidens. Wait a moment. I know what that is. You're giving me one of your looks, aren't you? You do me injustice, old boy. I'll have you know my heart yearns for but one rose, prickly though she may be. I sense you remain unconvinced. Very well, if it help you prove the purity of my intentions, I shall gracefully rescind my offer. Now run along and catch those arsonists. That was not entirely what I hoped for. Whose idea was it to come here again? Yours. Never mind. For our next step, I suggest we divide our efforts. While you question the refugees of the Hauptland, Niren, I shall investigate the locations where the fires were set. Would you be so good as to join me, Hilda? You know what? I reckon I would. Can't have you roaming about in an unfamiliar city by your lonesome, can we? You'd only get robbed blind and left shivering in your small clothes. Alright guys, please do investigate and not each other. Hello, Mr. Priest. Come, my brothers and sisters, there is food and shelter enough for all in the Basilica. Hello, his blessings be upon you, Father. I confess we were not sure if we should come. There are so many unbelievable tales these days about the Archbishop, Sir Emmerich, and the Gervanians. Just in your heart, my brother, and pay no heed to the lies of lesser men. They seek only to lead you astray. Do you require succor as well, sir? No, I'm just asking if you know anything about the Arsons. Anything at all? So the Temple Knights have begun their investigation at last. Good. This madness has gone on far too long. Would that I could do something to aid your search, but I have a duty to these poor souls. Farewell, and may the Fury guide your steps. Hey kids, did you hear about arson? There was a man with a satchel. I saw him kneeling outside the window, and then there was so much smoke everywhere. It was so hot, and I couldn't breathe. I don't remember how I made it out. I suppose I must have climbed. Maybe my arm is getting better after all. Well, good on you, kid. Ours was one of the first homes to be claimed, but I didn't see how the fire began. It was only when I heard our neighbors shouting that I looked outside and saw the flames. We barely escaped with the clothes on our backs. Were it not for the church's generosity, I don't know what we'd do. Yeah. The church, huh? Always there to lend a helping hand. Ah, there you are. Anything to share? As a matter of fact, only people saw a guy with a satchel. Oh, and the church is helping people. We will require more than muddled testimony of a traumatized girl if we are to identify our culprits. While you were questioning the refugees, we inspected the scenes of several fires, including one near St. Raymond's Cathedral, and another near the Tribunal. For mercy, neither structure suffered significant damage. Some might say they were spared by the graces of fury. Others might question is how such ruthlessly efficient arsonists contrived to fail so miserably on 2 occasions when their targets was the bastion of ishgardian orthodoxy. Nothing conclusive, of course, but it does give a cause to wonder. Alphinaud will doubtless have an opinion. Man, those 2 were covered in soot. But their clothes were suspiciously clean. Let's see, where is Alphinaud? Alphinaud, my boy. Where are you? There he is. Ooh, we got someone. Silence will avail you not, sir. Ah, Niran, I was just about to summon you. As you can see, we have detained a suspect. We found this man lording near the remains of one of the stricken buildings. According to eyewitnesses, he was also present before the fires broke out. We wished to have words. He did not, so we insisted. Let me go, damn it! You got the wrong man. Bye, but you reek of oil, and all those burns on your hands. An occupational hazard, I suppose, but tell me, does arson pay well? I'm a victim, you imbecile, look at me. Aye, that you are, after a fashion. You should know that your pious patron has already spun us a delightful yarn about his pet mongrel slipped the leash, said about burning half the city to the ground. Not very noble of him, I grant you, but then these highborn types rarely do show loyalty to their pets. In fact, he called you rabid and begged us to put you down. That's bollocks! He was the one who told me to keep going. Oh, did he now? Even a sinner such as me could find salvation in the Fury's work, he said. I left him behind. Tried to, with all my heart. Said my prayers every day like a good man. But he came to me. He came to me. And there you have it, Hilda. Would you be so kind as to escort our friend here to the congregation? Aye, so long as you don't mind if he's limping when he gets there. What happened to him? He tripped. Down every single flight of stairs we came across. That was incredible, Thancred. But how'd you know he would confess? Well, I'd seen his like before. Troubled soul, manipulated by men of power, and wielded as a weapon. I could not be certain, of course, but given the stakes, I thought it'd be worth the risk. If our captain have called your bluff. Maybe we just must we entertain a hypothesis. The world is as it is vexing enough. Thank you, Thancred. Whether by luck or judgment, we have at last confirmed that these arsons were orchestrated by a person or persons of influence. I can best we now return to the congregation and discuss how best to proceed. Ooh, damn. The guy's got a sick-ass hat. But let me guess. Of course not. God forbid my ears poke through. Man, these kids are so lucky that they can't be targeted. Oh, hey, he salutes me. Oh, that's nice, because before they just throw snowballs at you. But now when you come around, they're like, hey, how you doing? Oh, that's cool. Because I'm friends with Hilda. On behalf of the Holy See of ishgard, I thank you all. The man you apprehended is being interrogated as we speak, though he fell silent upon realizing that we had not turned his master. He will soon tell us what he knows, one way or another. Oop, hit my microphone. Pardon the intrusion, First Commander. Lord Artois, have you come to see your father? He's attending Sir Embark in his chambers at present. I am. He bid me bring him this salve. Then do not let me detain you, and thank you for your kindness, my lord. In times of trouble, every man must do his part. Would that I could do more. My lord Artois did not seem to be in the best spirits. It is little wonder, Master Alphinaud. His father is widely slandered. His half-brother could not yet called in the grave. Yeah. As goes light, so goes darkness.
I do not mean to diminish our accomplishments, but until we identify the ones who ordered the fires set, our work is far from finished.
Between the various conservative and religious factions in Ishgard, I dare say there's no shortage of parties who would like to see the status quo preserved. Do any likely suspects spring to mind?
Far too many to count.
Emmerich.
Lord Commander, your wounds.
Are healing well. Thank you.
I mean, are you sure, my dude? Took a knife to the gut.
Time is of the essence. Lest we forget, these men would sooner put their own city to the torch than see it change. When our enemies learn that we have apprehended their arsonist, there is no telling how they will react.
I think they're reacting.
Lord Commander, an armed mob has seized control of the vault.
And now we know. Tell us what happened, sir. Spare no detail.
We were directing refugees into the Basilica, as you ordered, when all of a sudden, men brandishing weapons were all around us. It happened so fast, my lord. We had no time to respond.
Hey, I know
They've
that guy.
taken the refugees hostage and
I know
barricaded
that kid.
themselves inside the vault.
And they sent you to deliver their demands.
They, the true brothers of the faith, demand that a conclave to select the next archbishop be held forthwith. Furthermore, they declare that you, Lord Commander, are guilty of patricide and high treason, and that you must surrender yourself at once to receive of the Fury's judgment.
And in case he wants to do trial by combat, he's got a knife in the gut, and he can't use a champion because...
Ridiculous! I mean, do they honestly think that executing Sir Emmerich would change anything? That the truth will somehow die with him?
These fundamentalists rage against the passing of the old ways, unable to accept there can be no going back.
Oh, so that's what he sounds like. I forgot he got voiced. I like my voice better, though.
Given the fanciful nature of their demands, a peaceful resolution does not seem likely. If the hostages are to be rescued, it will be by force, I fear.
Agreed. Lucia, take a contingent of knights and establish a perimeter outside the entrance.
At once, Lord Commander.
Hilda, I need your people out in force throughout the Broom. When word spreads of the situation, the friends and family of the hostages may try to take matters into their own hands. I will not give these militants more targets.
Got a little sneak.
I shall lead the assault on the vault. Master Alphino, can I count on the support of the Scions?
Of course.
You have my lance.
We are in your debt.
I shall join you as well, Lord Commander.
Your assistance is most welcome, Lord Atwarel. To arms, then, friends. Time is against us.
A knight lives to serve. And once more, I storm that place. Ooh. Ooh. I like her hair coloring. Listen well. We will have to enter the Basilica silently via this gate. According to our latest reports, there are at least 6 hostages being held within. The numbers and readiness of the true Brothers of Faith are unknown. I am told one claimed to serve under Thornton the Seventh. Might be the same true of the rest. Given the swiftness with which they seize control of the vault, I think it highly likely yes. Which means that they may well possess the knowledge required to turn the building's defenses against us. Be that as it may, we have no choice but to press on. Lord Atwarel, you are a brave man and true, and none would dare question your honor if you choose not to risk your life in this endeavor. Are you certain you wish to join us? I am no stranger to the battlefield, Sir Emmerich. My arm will not falter, my shield will not break. Alone as my witness will bring these fanatics to justice. Well said, my lord. My lord. Friends, follow me. It would seem our presence yet goes unnoticed. Come, we must secure the entrance. Remember, saving the hostages takes precedence over all else. Mind your attacks and subdue the enemy quickly. No, no, you don't. Someone must hurry. The others were taken elsewhere by Sir Simonard. Sir Simonard. So this is indeed the work of the Archbishop's former summits. On your guard. They sounded the alarm. I will hold the entrance and look after this one. Now go. Secure the hostage, Naren. Leave the others to us.
Down with you!
Alright, go get them, guys. Hostage secured. They took the others somewhere. It happened all so quickly. There they are. Let none escape. Oh. Keep going. I will hold them here. Not alone you won't. Naren, stay with Saramek and Lord Artoya. This way, Naren, to the choir.
You underestimate me.
Sir Simonard, lay down your arms and release the hostages, and you will be shown mercy. I give you my word. Bah! The word of a heretic and kingslayer. I would sooner trust a dragon. Activate the knights. We shall show the hostages the same mercy he showed the Archbishop. Unlike you, Sir Emmerich, I am a man of honor. By my hand you shall receive the Fury's judgment. So it is to be your trial, then. Lord Artoil, Naren, leave us. Save the hostages. I will deal with Sir Simonard. Let's go. Oh, hello, and render us to us your judgment. Raise up the righteous and cast down the wicked. Come then, let us see whom the Fury favors. Whoa, whoa, hyping him up. Sir Emmerich is still wounded, Naren. If we do not move quickly, he will surely fall. Come on, give the man some confidence. Uh-oh. Okay, I've been goofing around too much. That was close, she almost died. Hey, Despair. Alright, easy, you're safe now. There must be others nearby, but where? Traitor! Kinslayer! By what sorcery do you yet stand? Enough, all of you, attack! Oh, hey! It's cheating. Keep activating that. I see no others nearby. Come near, and Embark needs our help. Oh, hold on, Embark, we're coming. Well done. Now let us finish this, sir, before the eyes of gods and men. Stand fast, my brothers. The Fury is with us. Oh, the Fury is with us today, alright.
This knight does not yield!
Let's see how you like being ganged up on, sir. What else do I have? Stun. One day, that's why you will. You must hurry. The priest took Miley upstairs. He saw you kill his men. Have no fear, child. We will save your friend.
Where is he? Where is he?
Come no closer!
Always leave it to the church to touch little children.
You have nowhere to run. Release the girl and surrender.
Phrasing, Emmerich.
Surrender to whom? The blasphemer who throws wide the gates to our enemy? Who breaks bread with him and calls him brother? Ungodly swine! I would sooner die than surrender to you.
Is it godly to spill the blood of an innocent child? To burn the homes of your brothers? Tell me, priest, is that godly?
Do not speak to me of godliness, heathen! Your father's blood is on your hands, as is hers!
Actually, his blood and the Knight's Soul are on my hands, and on my lance. You want a closer look? Splat. You stole it. Cast a spell. Do something.
What? But I...
Vidofne!
Well met, knight. Mayhap I chose an inopportune moment?
Not at all. Pray forgive us this most unworthy reception. We are honored to have you with us, and right glad of your aid.
Fortune delivered the child unto me. I had but to receive her.
Thank you for saving me.
Thou art welcome, child.
Never did I think to be indebted to so unexpected a savior. But full glad am I to be so.
Friend of Izel, warrior of warriors, I had hoped to meet with thee.
Hey, is something up?
I bear a message from my sire.
From Freysfelger?
Upon returning to our lands, Nidhogg's shade did sing unto his brood, and they for skies unknown did then take wing. This thou must know, for your fates are inextricably bound.
What of Estinian? Is he truly lost to us?
Such matters are beyond my ken. I but bear my father's words. Take from them what thou wilt. Fare you well, mortals.
So it is as they say then. A great white dragon swooped down from the heavens to rescue an innocent child.
A most unexpected turn of events, but not an unwelcome one. The people will not soon forget this day.
Yet how will they choose to remember it, Sir Emmerich? And will these events serve to bring man and dragon closer together, or drive a deeper wedge between brothers?
Oh my god. You know, I can't believe... Of course you would show up when it's more Emmerich heavy.
After 1,000 years, the world these men once knew is changing, and with ungentle swiftness to boot. Though their actions are misguided, their sentiments are only to be expected. You may be sure that others will rally to their cause. I share your desire for a lasting peace with the Javanians, I do. But I would not see it built on the bones of our countrymen, nor on our own. I see much of horsifying you, and I could not bear to mourn the passing of another son.
Lord Edmund.
Welcome to the family, Emmerich. You are 4/10 now. This day has been full of surprises, has it not? 'Tis but a pity Vidofnia could not stay longer. Yes, I think it's fair to say that she timed her departure rather less well than her arrival. Well, time scarcely does it justice, but one moment later would have been a moment too late. Let us pray that the Ishgardians who yet harbor doubts will take these events to heart and accept the truth of Sir Emmerich's words. Well, it is only meet that I inform Tataru of what has occurred here. If you have need of me, I shall be at Fourtemp's Manor. Allow me to accompany you. Tataru would never forgive me if I left for the Rising Stones without saying goodbye. A moment, Naren. I wish a word. Tell me, does Thancred seem quite well to you? He got on well enough with Hilda. I mean, yeah, he held his own in the vault. That he did, which is especially remarkable given the injury to his eye. I can only assume that his time in the wilderness afforded him ample opportunity to compensate for his impairment. However, I speak not of his physical state, but rather his etheric flow, which I fear has been irreparably disrupted. As a result, I strongly suspect that his ability to manipulate ether has been compromised. Simply put, Thancred may no longer be able to wield magics. I would do much to explain why he chose to remain within the wilderness instead of seeking us out. He would have been compelled to rely solely on traditional methods of travel, significantly prolonging his journey. And when he learned that a nearby beast tribe was making preparations to summon a primal, it may as well seemed more sensible to wait. But this is still little more than speculation. Until I approve, pray speak no word of it. Right then, I should be on my way. Kral may have charmed Master Matoya for now, but who can say for how long that will last? Are you putting a name in? Unless that's like your character. For a second there, I thought they were an NPC, because they look like they belong in the church. Okay.
That Vidofnia should chance to arrive even as the girl fell. Truly, I could not have planned it better myself.
Ah, good. We were afraid you might have left.
A shield, my lord?
Fit for a true knight. An expression of our gratitude to you and yours. Long overdue.
I don't know what to say. May I one day be worthy of using it.
But there is something else I would discuss ere you part. Something which cannot leave this room. My father will soon step down as head of our house.
Gasp.
Sir Emmerich was not the only one to fall under suspicion following the death of the Archbishop. There are some who believe my father complicit in a coup d'etat. Thus he intends to renounce his title to absolve our house of suspicion and secure the support of our peers.
Surely there must be another way to convince Houses Durandare and Zamail.
So I said to him. Alas, he will not budge. Ever since I was a child, I knew that I would one day succeed my father. The thought of it filled me with pride. Yet once I learned the day was at hand, my heart was filled with naught but dread. Our legacy is built upon the lies of our forefathers. In accepting this title, am I not perpetuating this injustice? Why should I become the next count?
Man, man, I'm trying to eat my chips because it's a voice cutscene. Instead, you guys are getting this popping noise of me having to speak. So I'm just gonna wait a bit. A knight lives to serve, you know.
You sound just like him. Aye, I suspect that is what Horschiffon would have said. To aid those in need. When you look on that shield, I trust you will remember his words. And should I once more find my resolve wavering, I ask that you show me the way. You were a brother to Horschiffon. Will you be a brother to me as well?
I was more than a brother to your brother, but yeah.
Come, Manalaine. There's much to be done. For father, and for Sir Emmerich, and for Ishgard.
Sorry, I zoned out. What?
To think we share the same blood. Pray excuse us.
Those were the days of promises and vows, of tentative first steps into an uncertain future. A future shaped by the choices we made, in ways we could never have foreseen. Born of good and evil, of light and darkness, and shepherded by our hand. Be it for weal, or be it for woe.
From the memoirs of Count Edmond de Fontaine, Heavensward. As goes light, so goes darkness. This is thy proof, the Garlean oracles, Apocrypha. It is a truth long forgotten, a tale of beginning and of a path we have been set upon. Our fates were ordained long ago, Archon. The Garleans are no exception, nor the Triad. You know what must be done. Oh, right. How am I going to work them in? Because I forgot, after this part, I'm gonna do, the Void Arc. Hey, I know those booty shorts anywhere. Well, everyone has their orders. The masks will attack as soon as all units are in position. The Imperials won't know what hit them. I fear it will be bloody. By Roger, it had better be. We cannot stay forever here, Ida. We have other responsibilities. I know full... Well, considering the voice has changed now. I know full well what my responsibilities are. I mean to fulfill them. Every one. Excuse me. Alphanor, Niren, I've been looking all over for you. We received news regarding Philamen, Horribold, and Cultinet. Really, has something happened? No, it's nothing bad. Quite the opposite, in fact. It seems that once they learned that the Scion's good name has been restored, they boarded the next ship bound for Limsa Laminsa. They should be arriving any moment now. It's easy to forget how useful link pills are, isn't they? When they work, I mean. And you don't mind being spied on. Quite. Well, what wonderful news, to think our reunion is so close at hand. A pleasure to see you too, Alphanod. Ah, Thancred, Krile, what brings you the two of you here? Krile and I have been looking into a way we tried... Krile and I have been looking into how we might track down Minfilia. And we may have just found the answer. Niren, when you were fleeing Uldar with Minfilia, you said that Hydaelyn spoke to her shortly before you parted ways, yes? Well, assuming that is true, I see no reason to suspect that it is not. It seems reasonable to conclude that Hydaelyn commanded her to remain behind. That is to say, the Mother Crystal directly interceded to guide Minfilia. Admittedly, this is all quite hypothetical, but I propose that such intervention, however subtle, must surely leave some residual trace, a lingering disturbance in the ether, or ripple if you will. In order to establish the existence of such ripples, of course, we require suitable data. Fortunately, I know where such data can be found, the battleground where Niren felled the Ultima weapon, and the site of my personal ignominy. It was there that Hydaelyn intervened to shield him from the magic I invoked. Krile and I will infiltrate the castrum and analyze the ether therein. The two of you alone? I have proven knack for subterfuge, and I'm confident there will be sufficient nooks and crannies for which to hide Krile while the patrols pass. Besides, if you and Niren come along, who will see to Philamen's grand homecoming? When you put it like that, very well, I trust in your plan. I know not whether this data will yield means to find Minfilia, but it will at the very least eliminate another avenue of inquiry. Tataru and I will return to the Rising Stone to make preparations for our comrade's return, but I impose upon you to meet them at the Lumenson docks. Then I shall see the four of you at the Rising Stones. Safe travels. Do. Let's see. There they are. Whoops. Oh, Niran, how have you been? Come here, let me have a good look at you. Thank the 12. One hears of the strangest tales in foreign lands. I was worried about you all every day. We have sent word sooner, but the braves afforded us no opportunity. When they fell upon us in the markets, it was all we could do to escape. Tataru found her way to you, of course, but we were forced to seek shelter aboard a Hanish vessel. It pained us not to be here when you needed us most, but we made the most of it, didn't we, Coltonate? Studied and trained from dusk till dawn, we did. We would have sent for it sooner, but we knew not whom to trust, and with the vast distance. But those dark days are behind us at last. I shall be glad indeed to return to home and speak with my daughter. Minfield is still missing at the moment. What do you mean she's missing? How could you let this happen? Hey, God herself basically said, stay behind. Forgive me, I'm sure you're doing everything in your power to find her. As Thancred must be. You watched over her from the first, long before me. And he will watch over her to the last. I shall pray for her safe return, and busy myself in the meantime. For certainly there is much and more to be done. The braves may have bloodied us, but the path remains, and we shall not be swayed from it. Aye, that's the spirit. To the Scions and the long overdue reunion. Huzzah! Huzzah! Now let's go, we got a homecoming waiting for us. Well, there you have it, to the Rising Stones. Can you just teleport me to Mortona? Hey, Sick-Tac too, dude. Yeah, thanks.
Well done, sir. And with that, I believe we are ready to proceed.
Let us be about our business then. The next patrol may not be so credulous.
Okay, so his eyes are two different colors. I need to see something when the stream ends.
Why must you be so disappointingly brusque? You're not at all as Minfilia described, you know. I don't think you favored me with so much as a single compliment since we set out. Tell me, did your time in the wilderness sap you of all your charm? Or are you holding it in reserve for your beloved?
This is neither the time nor the place.
Well, call me old-fashioned, but when I'm risking life and limb infiltrating an Imperial castrum, I like to be sure of my comrades' motivations.
I see now where Alphino gets it from. Minfilia is dear to me, it is true, but not in the way you think. 15 years passed, when she was still but a child. There was an incident at a parade. A Gubu broke free of its fetters and ran amok through the streets of Ul'dah. Had I been more attentive, I could have prevented it. But I was distracted, and her father was killed. I feared she would never recover. But in the years that followed, she showed herself to be more resilient than I had ever imagined. And when she learned of her gift, she did not flinch from the responsibility, but sought to guide others on the path.
Yeah, good old 1.0.
She touched the hearts of all around her. Mine, Louisoix, every Scion's. In those dark days following the calamity, she was our guiding light, our hope for a brighter future. She had so many dreams, and I would give anything to make them come true.
Alright, no more bashing Minfilia. You know what happens next.
My apologies. I can see she means the world to you. I did not mean to pick at old scars.
No harm done, I assure you. But fair is fair, my lady. What is Minfilia to you?
You mean you don't know? Only my dearest friend. When I finally emerged from my torpor, I learned that nary a day had passed without her asking after me. She never gave up hope. And neither will I.
Then for Minfilia's sake, let us pray that these vestiges of Hydaelyn's intervention will lead us to her.
Oh, of course. Just couldn't teleport me in a Revenant's Toll. It feels good to be home again. To think that everyone is waiting for us inside, just beyond these doors. Friends and family with whom we have shared so much. Gods help me, but the older I get, the more sentimental I become. Come, let us not keep them waiting. Alright, I need to confirm. I'm pretty sure he's standing here. He is not. There's Tataru. Oh no! I forgot, everyone moved. Fiddlesticks. Glad though I am to be home, I cannot help but think of those who have yet to return. Once we have settled in, I would join the search. Ogre, what in the seven hells drove my little brother to come to Mordona? Why you, brother? You... Yeah, I'm just gonna give them the same voice, that'll be funny. You and the Scions, of course. For 1,000 days I trained that I might be as strong as you, that I might fight alongside you. Yet now that you are here, I sense that you have surpassed me once more. No, do not tell me. You trained with the Hanish, did you not? Your eyes do not deceive you, brother. I've studied the trials of the braves, and drunk deep of the souls of mine enemies. To secret oneself in a ship hold, to secure safe passage to a faraway land. This is a tale we all know too well. When they are arrested, I should like to seek a formal introduction. Why wait, my friend? Come, there is no need to be shy. Pray grant me a moment longer at least, though I am happy to apply to you. My legs are rather less accommodating. Hey, how you doing, old man? I heard it all from Aliane, so where is she? If I'm to greet the songstress of Ulda, I would do so on my feet. Actually, where is Aliane? She might be on a mission at the moment. We could do with some more of that around here. Heartfelt reunions with still working pains bring up please, tear to my eye. Oh, there she is. When our comrades betrayed us, I feared all was lost. How wrong I was. Garlean, FMEL, it fills my heart with joy to see you both hale and healthy. What a pity. She is well, though abroad on a mission at present. It was just the same without you. Welcome back, my lady. This place is lively once more. It's been so long since I've seen them all like this. Too long. 'Twas the chaos born of my foolish ambition which forced them to flee. Though they are returned, there are others yet missing, others whom we cannot forsake. We'll find them, Alphino. I know we will. Minfilia, Ida, Papalimo, every last one. When they walk through those doors, we'll be here to welcome them home. With me at the head of the queue, of course. Thancred and Kral contacted us a short while ago. It would seem that the foray into Castor Meridian bore fruit. They asked that we rendezvous with them and still in Edelshire while they share their findings. Rude though it is to depart without speaking to the guest of honor, I expect she will forgive me if I return with her daughter. All the way back to Edelshire. My apologies. I see I am the last to arrive. So, what news have you for us? Well, as postulated, there were indeed what appeared to be remnants of an unexplained disturbance in the ether at the scene of the ultimate weapon's destruction. A ripple at odds with the presiding pattern. Though faint, the waveforms bore strong resemblance to those observed following the destruction of the Isle of Val, when I believe Heidelin shielded me with the blessing of light. To confirm our findings, we paid a visit to the Sildi aqueducts. There we detected the same waveform, but orders of magnitude larger, as one would expect of a more recent disturbance. Heidelin, there is no other explanation. But there is more. When I studied the site where Y'shtola used flow, it appeared that not 2 but 3 beings had been affected. Yet unlike Y'shtola and Thancred, there was no trail to follow. Our unknown third party was simply there, and then not there. Now you recall your visions of vast crystals floating in a sea of ether? Though this is too but a theory, studies of gifted subjects suggested that when communing with Heidelin, we briefly leave our bodies behind. So let us consider the facts. 1. Heidelin interceded. 2. A third being was caught in Y'shtola's flow and vanished without a trace. And 3. Heidelin may have the capacity to summon the consciousness of the gifted individuals to her side. You are implying, I take it, that Heidelin guided Minfilia into the compass of my magic, that she might summon her body and soul unto the ethereal sea, in which case we must needs continue our search there. For a blessing, the means to do so already exists. I speak of the Anti-Tower, a Garlean construction conceived to provide scholars a vantage point over the ethereal sea. Though I know not where its entrance lies, we need only ask the last custodian, a contrary old crone for whom another blessing refused to join the Exodus. Master Vitoria was the keeper of the Anti-Tower? I had no idea. Then our course is clear. We must petition her aid once again. Oh shit. You guys know what it is? It's my favorite weather. Fog. Oh, Grandma, we're back. Oh, what a surprise. Well, what secrets have you come to extract from me this time? Ah, though it pains me to admit it, your words strike close to the mark. We humbly ask that you grant us entry to the Anti-Tower, that we might use it to seek a friend who we believe has been transported to the ethereal sea. And who to I could do such a thing, I wonder? Who indeed? The tower was abandoned to its magical keepers 15 years ago. You have the run of the place now, and if that is no deterrent to you, then by all means. Is that all? I felt sure you would seek to dissuade us from our course, given your role as custodian. Ro, hardly. The forum foisted the title on me. During the Exodus, every entrance to the Anti-Tower was sealed save one. My role consists of making sure no one with ill intent sneaks through it. Such was the forum's final order to me. Well, I can remove the wards right now. Will you be going or not? We will, Master Matoya. We will do whatever it takes to find Minfilia. We'll see about that. You, Baldessian girl, you're staying here with me. I need your help to restore the wards to their original state. The rest of you can go, on the condition that you clean up the mess in the tower. You encounter any unruly familiars, you're to tend to them. Those are my terms, and you'll hear no argument. Well, it appears that the mistress has spoken. Lead the way, Naren. Okay, I'm a DPS, so who's gonna tank? Really? Thancred? Oh, before I forget. Alright, I will be right back. I am going to go refill my thing of water. And then we will go and storm the Anti-Tower. And I'm back with a full thing of water that carried me through the rest of the stream. Oops. And for speed's sake, not stake, everything's gonna be unsynced. Dead Toad. So weird. Goodbye, Ziggy. Now we come to the creepy ones. Kalka and Brina. Yeah, well, don't worry, I'm making short work of them. Dead. You know, the worst part is that they just leave. We never stop them. They just leave. Come for human Philia. Stola? Stola, do you say anything? Alphino, how about you? So this is the closest point to the Ethereal Sea. Stola? The ether here is almost too much for my eyes. Huh? A crystal of light.
Hear, feel, think.
Heidelin.
Through time and space hast thou journeyed unto me, as I knew thou wouldst. We are the word of the Mother. We, who were once called Minfilia.
Philia.
Much time hath passed for thee since the bloody banquet, since I hearkened to her word. Mother, Heidelin guided me towards Y'shtola and Thancred, that I might be swept up in their flow and delivered unto the ethereal sea. There, adrift and alone, her voice silent once more, I prayed for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. To her I would make an offering. We speak now with one voice, one will, one word. Unto thee we bequeath the most precious of gifts, the truth which lieth at the heart of this world. Thus do we beseech thee once more. Hear, feel, think. Before there was life, in the depths of the ethereal sea, light and dark did once dwell as one.
Kinda.
But the darkness coveted power, and the balance was broken. Thus was I forced to banish him unto the distant heavens, to forever remain apart, a moon bound.
So, I guess people, I don't know who never really put this together, but apparently she literally told us where fucking Zodiark is, and this was all the way back in Heavensward. And then everyone in fucking Endwalker got announced, and we're freaking out. We're going to the moon! Yeah, because Zodiark's been there the whole time.
In sundering the star did we cry out, and the barriers twixt planes chanced to falter. Across 10 and 3 were we then divided. Reflections of the source, each possessed of a shard. Zodiark longeth to be made whole. For his restoration, for his resurrection, his servants labor without cease. They seek to tear down the barriers which surround the source. Thus do they rejoice in their ardor, in your calamities, for each marks a rejoining. Seven times have they succeeded. 7 times hath the darkness grown stronger. 7 times have I failed. The Ascians cannot be suffered to continue. This is my final. Crystal's power is all but spent. With what remains, I will return you to the shore of the ethereal sea. Blessed children, go forth and seek.
Ophelia.
You've had another vision, haven't you?
One hell of a vision.
Let us return to Master Matoya's cave. Everyone will wish to hear what you saw.
We couldn't animate the door opening, just teleport them in.
Still in one piece, are we? Well, did you learn anything?
Fortunately, I did.
The word of the mother. I'm not sure I understand.
Nor am I. Cryle?
As unbelievable as it sounds, I see no reason to doubt her. The word's tale. No one was more sensitive to the will of Hydaelyn than Minfilia. And if Hydaelyn has grown so weak that she can barely make herself heard, it is not hard to see why Minfilia, having joined with her, might struggle to maintain her own form.
What? Why would she need to maintain her own form? Are you saying she's gone? But that cannot be! Not now. Not after all we have accomplished. We were meant to usher in the dawn's light together.
She threw herself on the fire to fuel your dawn's light, boy. You'll just have to usher it in on your own.
Must you be so ungentle?
Tell me about the Scions, boy.
Yeah, even Matoya was like, shit, that was a little too harsh.
The Scions of the Seventh Dawn lay before Eorzea's salvation. Whenever the realm is threatened, be it by Primal, Ascian, Garlean, or any other, we take up arms in her defense, that all in Eorzea may live to see a brighter tomorrow.
And that's very noble of you. But in chasing after these lofty goals of yours, you seem to have lost sight of some basic truths. To win a war, you must be willing to do whatever it takes. To fight, to kill, and if necessary, to die. The path you've chosen is paved with the dead. Walk it with your eyes open, or not at all.
I know the truth of which you speak, and have from the first. If the Ascians will go to any length to resurrect their god, then we must needs be as committed to our cause, to unmask them and their schemes, and to crush them both utterly. Come, there is much to be done.
Yes, of course.
Thancred, wait! No, this is all wrong.
She's not coming back, is she? She did what she thought was best. I know that, I do. To give all her beliefs was ever her way. So will we, as we must. With what greater calling could be there than to stand against darkness as defenders of the light? And yet, where does it end? The sacrifice, the loss. Must ask that you not breathe a word of this to any of the others at the Rising Stones, especially for Laman. I will brief Satara on what we have learned, as well as Orianche. We may have insight into what the word told us. As for you, Niren, after all you have done, I would say you've earned a rest. But speaking of well-earned rewards, I received a message from Sir Emmerich while we were away. It seems he's planning a ceremony of some sort, and would like you to attend. He did not divulge the details, preferring instead to explain in person. Mayhap you should pay him a visit. Yeah, alright.
A pleasure to see you again, my friend. I take it you received our invitation. Good, good. You of all people should be present.
So, what is it you're planning?
When the true brothers of the faith seized control of the vault, I feared the worst. Yet in adversity were we blessed with the promise of peace between man and dragon, through Vidofnir's timely rescue of an innocent child. Timely, I say, though miraculous or providential might better describe the event. The gods themselves could not have devised a more fitting symbol of hope. Needless to say, we could scarce let such an opportunity pass us by. Which is why I set about making formal arrangements for a peace conference between our peoples.
That's impressive.
You and yours have done more to bring us together than any, and it is only right that you attend. But I confess that is not the only reason I would be glad to have you there. Given Nidhogg's implacable opposition to the peace, it is possible that he and his followers may attempt to disrupt proceedings, in which event your presence would be a comfort to all in attendance. Pray understand, I have no wish to invite the worm's ire. But if our fractured nation is to heal, if we are to move forward as a people united, then we must do whatever is necessary to bring about lasting change.
Oh, Emmerich.
Tis nothing. Tis nothing. Lucia cautioned me against giving vent to my passions, lest my wounds reopen. It has not been easy reaching out to our opponents in Ishgard, many of whom sympathized with the actions of the true brothers. But in so doing, we have limited the influence of the zealots. The people are ready, my friend. This conference must go ahead. I knew you would understand. The conference will take place on the border of Ishgardian and Dravanian territory in Falcon's Nest. Lucia is there seeing to the final preparations even as we speak. Pray join her at your earliest convenience. 'Twould not do for the guest of honor to arrive late after...
Nah, yeah, I'll head over there now.
Oh, and one more thing.
What's up?
A drink! We should make time for one. Once the conference is concluded, I mean. By my reckoning, 'tis long overdue.
Sure. Just, you know, pour your own drink, you know. I don't need a repeat of last time. Let's see, where is she? There you are. The Lord Commander said you would come, Niren. As you can see, preparations for the conference are proceeding apace. Mark well the curtain above. It conceals a relief that will be unveiled during the conference. The Masons labor day and night to see that it is finished on schedule. Sir Embark wanted a symbol which would endure long after this conference has concluded. I think you will be pleased with the result. It was not my war, but I made it mine, and to see it draw closer to a resolution fills me with strange hope. This faith is infection, is it not? His certainty that we can be better than we are. Forgive me, I am rambling. You must be tired from your journey. Go rest, I will not keep you. If you would rather not take a rest, then why not take a walk around Falcon's Nest? Make your presence known to the people and so forth. In addition to those who have come from far and wide to attend the ceremony, you may meet Lords Artwael and Aman Lane, who have graciously volunteered their services. They should be glad to see you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must needs return to my duties. Redwald! I'm glad to see that the rumors were true. Well met, Master Luciferius, and fear not, I have no intention of begging your aid with this or that. Everything appears to be in order. My only lingering concern is that one of the convictors might not have been informed of our plan. As I recall, Vidalfnir may pass directly over their encampment. Last thing we need is a glory-seeking nobleman attempting to slay a Dravanian ambassador to a peace conference. Do you know when everything's set to begin? I wasn't sure how many might come, so I thought it best to come early and find a spot with a great view. When I heard that Sir Embark was planning to make a speech, I knew I couldn't miss it. Made a man risk his own necks to rescue those hostages. How often do we get heroes like that in this day and age? He's more than a fighter too. He's a thinker, he is. He's got plans to better our lives, to change things, and he'll do it by the Fury. Me and my friends and family, we all believe he can do it. Hey, Roth. Bloody exciting, isn't it? Not just peace with dragons, but with all the heretics besides. Don't misunderstand, we've all got a healthy fear of being bathed in dragon fire. That being said, the heretics did far more to hinder our efforts here in the past, so hearing that we're close to reconciliation comes as a great relief. Hello, Artwael. How much has changed since we fought alongside each other in the vault? If you had told me then that we would soon be hosting a peace conference, I would have thought you a naive fool. Yet here we are, preparing to make the fantasy a reality. Here I am, laboring to make it so. Lord Artwael, if I may. Certainly, First Commander. How may I be of service? Some of the convictors are refusing to stand down. The majority were willing to do so, but a small party have instead pledged to engage any Dravanians bound for Falcon's Nest. Fury take me, they would defy Sir Emmeric's commands. They dare attack Vidofnir. It will not come to that, but to see that it does not, we must needs hasten to their encampment. We should be far more reluctant to oppose us were Lord or House Voltomp for presence. I understand completely. Let us depart at once. But ere we do, I must ask, will you look after Manolane while I'm away? As you know, he has ever been an impulsive, changeable child, but recently he seems to have been suffering from a bout of melancholy. Thought to lift his spirits by having him assist with guard duty, but a simple but honorable charge, unlikely to expose him to danger given the presence of so many other knights. Alas, he has taken no interest, and I fear he may abandon his post in my absence. All I ask is that you keep an eye on him until I return, exhausting though that may be. Thank you, my friend. I promise we will not be long. Let's see if we can cheer Manolane up. I'm rather busy at the moment, old boy. Got in this tavern, as it were. Oh, I see now. Although I thought I might be derelict in my duties, eh? The nerve of my brother to question my dedication. But since you are here, mayhap I can put you to proper use. The wasteland beyond these walls must be kept safe for travelers, yet I have been forbidden from leaving Falcon's Nest. Wouldn't do for our esteemed guests to be devoured by wolves. Oh no. That is precisely what will happen if we do not cull the roaming packs. Your map, if I may. Right there. There are points on our scouts marked for patrol. I'll leave you to it, old boy. Come, Wanawa. I must return to my rounds. How did I know he would voice things on me? Oh dear. Do be careful, my lord. Please keep an eye on him, Wanawa. Oh, that should be it. Near Luciferius Wolvesbane, it pleases me to inform you that I have completed my rounds. And that all is well in Falcon's Nest. Oh, and there was a grizzled fellow looking for you. You know, the one who made the arsonist confess. Clever that. Thancred, was it? He was asking after you. Anyway, once I noticed the garish weapons he was sporting, I deemed it a wish to leave him be. I dispatched him to the same area, to an area I neglected on the monkey map. Yes, this one. If you hurry, he might still be there. Fancy meeting you here, Naren. I was fortunate I came when I did. Those dudes would not have fared well against the wolves on their own. Your lord wasted no time in taking advantage of you, didn't he? And me, I suppose. Let's return to Falcon's Nest then, and see what other thrilling tasks he may have for us. And there they are, a pair of gallant heroes if I ever saw them. Comrades in arms reunited at last. By your selfless sacrifice have you guaranteed the safety of many guests. On behalf of ishgard, I thank you both. And with that, there is not left to do but enjoy our well-earned respite. Oh, and this should be, of course, go without saying, but let's keep those last few favors between us, yes? Ontario wouldn't understand. Right then, the first floor of those barracks have been converted into a tavern for the duration of the conference. Why don't you go and have something to eat? For once, a suggestion which I agree. Go ahead, Naren. I will join you anon. Yeah, you know, I am feeling a bit peckish.
Welcome, welcome! Find yourself an empty seat and I'll be with you in a moment.
Oh, thank you. But I'm in no rush, so take your time.
Cold out, isn't it? Here, a mug on the house. Let's get some colour back in them cheeks.
Thank you.
Freed food will be a bit longer than usual. We've got a lot of hungry folk to feed, what with the conference and all. Oh, so many people with cause to celebrate. To think there could be peace in our time, after all them years of fighting. When I heard about the conference, I knew I had to come. I knew I had to be here, to do my bit. My husband, he died fighting the dragons, you see. And here we are, about to break bread with him.
It wasn't the hot chocolate you gave me.
You were right, my lord. You look tired. Reckon you could do with a good long rest? After all you've done, I'd say you're dead.
How she drugged my chocolate.
Sleep now. Sleep. Sleep and leave us to our affairs.
This was never your fight.
My son. They told me he walks in Alone's halls. Him and the rest of his unit.
They told me the same.
I expect they think it's comforting. Every time I come, I cry. I cannot bear to remember, but to forget would be 1,000 times worse. Yet that is what they would have us do. Accept this truth for the sake of peace. Bury the past and look to the future. But he was my future. My flesh and blood. My heart.
Is this it? We're the only ones with the courage to oppose this madness? Cowards, a lot of them.
They think only of the prize, of the peace Sir Emeric promises them. They know in their hearts it's a lie, but they go along with it anyway, desperate fools. But not I. Not I! I see the worm that killed my brother in my dreams every night, and I will not rest until he lies broken at my feet. Him and every last one of his accursed kin.
All this nonsense about Kings of Eld, as if I care what they did or didn't do. Makes no difference to me and mine. Have the dragons sued for peace in 1,000 years? Are they bollocks? It's a bloody ruse is what it is, and Sir Emeric and the rest of them bloody fallen for it.
Does he not know that dragons are kind of, you know, live forever? So even though it's been 1,000 years, what happened was like yesterday to them.
But what can we do? They believe, and naught we can say will ever change their minds. Whether we like it or not, man and dragon will come together at Vulcan's Nest, and all will be forgiven. Forgiven and forgotten.
No. I will not let that happen. They will remember the true face of the enemy. I will show it to them. And we will rise up against them once more.
Hey! Hey! This is no time for napping.
Thancred? What happened?
Do you have your wits about you? Good. Come with me. We have a crisis on our hands.
Hear me, brothers and sisters. Oh, do not be fooled by the honeyed words of the Dravarnians. The peace they promise is but a prelude to slaughter. Remember your husbands and wives never returned from war. Your children torn apart by fang and claw. All your loved ones shown no mercy. Does not your heart cry out for vengeance? Your blood boil at the injustice? Remember the face of your enemy, brothers and sisters. Remember it, and strike back!
You there! Don't just stand around gawping! Do something, man! Stop her!
Yes,
oh boy.
Yes, my lord.
See? See here the true nature of the Highborn. With lies and deception they lead us to our doom. And dare we raise our voices in dissent? Death is our reward. This is the choice they have given us, brothers and sisters. Death by Dragon's Fang, or death by Nobleman's command. Death to all we hold dear. I spit on your choices, noblemen! You will take no more from me! No more! No more!
What have you done?
I only did as you ordered, my lord.
I said stop her, not fucking kill her. Are those people down on the ground knocked out? I mean, I would assume so.
I gave no such order. I did not. I never meant for anyone to...
And then she took one to the gut. I dare say they could have not have played out any worse, given the first commander and Lord Artoil are not here to control the situation. Spoke with the messenger who said that they would be returning shortly, but until they do, not will be done. Lord Maryland has retreated to the barracks and is refusing to speak to anyone. Therefore, it falls to us to ensure that order has been fully restored. Come, let us walk the streets and speak with the people. Yeah, but it was just to get me out of the way. My wife and I fell while fleeing with the others at first. The Kurgans tend to our bruises afterwards. These mad fools ruined everything, and for what? They were wrong to resort to violence, for when I heard her speak, her words were as a dagger in my heart. Go away to decide that enough is enough. That their calls for justice can never be answered. Will this be the end of it, or will there be others like them and the true brothers? I don't want to spare steel against my kinsmen ever again. I don't know if I even can. Alright, buddy, let me put this in perspective for you. The dragons, who you've been warring with for 1,000 years, who treat the murder of one of their own, that the church has covered up for 1,000 years, and what feels like yesterday to them, are saying it's okay for peace. That we can work together and no longer fight. They died for their beliefs. At fight. Because you believe that there is some injustice that needs to be altered. Will only perpetuate the sorrow. It's hypocritical of even what you said. Who are we to decide when enough is enough? The dragons would keep going. But they're saying, yeah, for now it's enough. But you and the others, you want to keep going. You want to keep spilling the blood. Perpetuating the cycle. Long and short of it being stupid. I heard the rumors that the young lord was a drunken fool. What imbecile thought it would be a good idea to let him have a run of Falcon's Nest? Well, I say him and Sir Emmerich take the bloody change and shove it up their arses. Not taking them by that route again. Oh yeah, sure, okay, go. Keep fighting the dragons. You know, go ahead. Go. No. Come on, Stonecutter. Go out there right now. Go into Dravanian Forelands, huh? Go with your hammer. Go ahead. Fight the fucking dragons. What are you gonna do? Chisel them a fucking monument? Well, what say you? Everyone's confused. So the violence has passed, but the people are far from recovered. That is to be expected. For the moment, it appears that no innocents were harmed by the gods. The blame for all the casualties can be placed squarely upon the protesters. Oh, okay, so there were casualties. Nevertheless, the people will not soon forget the image of a young lordling ordering the public execution of an unarmed protester, one whose words resonated with the hearts of many. After all, who among them has not lost loved ones? Lord Retold and the first commander should have returned by now. To the tavern, then. The first order of business will be to speak with Lord Garlean. I somehow doubt that he has moved ill since we last saw him. My apologies, Naren. I bear full responsibility for this debacle. There will be the time for that later. I, for one, am more concerned about picking up the pieces. What do we know? According to initial reports, the protest was orchestrated by the young woman whom Lord Garlean ordered shot. She and her conspirators infiltrated Falcon's Nest, posing as servants and guests. Several were taken alive, others resisted and were struck down. Still, others took their own lives. Our forces suffered casualties as well, but by the grace of the Fury, no civilians were seriously injured. Still more remarkably, the ringleader yet lives. Oh, goody. And for the time being at least, the Kurds are doing what they can for her, but she may not live through the night. Given their impeccable timing, it is likely the convictors who drew us away from the hamlet were in league with the protesters. Accordingly, we have detained them for questioning. I'll be sworn that these villains spent as much time plotting the failure of the peace conference as we did success. Well, if the mood of the hamlet is any indication, theirs have been more fruitful labors. When we get the protest, the people seem disillusioned. Aye, some even agree with them full outright. Others are confused. You spoke with them then, I see. Sir Emmerich placed his trust in me. It will be difficult to explain what has happened here. Remember how far we've come, First Commander. The people's faith may be shaken, but we convinced them before, and we will do so again. We can but find a means to remind them, to show them once more the promise that change holds for all. Then this tragedy, too, shall pass into the past. We must pray that you're right. Nevertheless, for the time being, I have no choice but to suspend the peace conference pending Sir Emmerich's final decision. Under the circumstances, I cannot leave Falcon's Nest. Naren, will you deliver my report to the Lord Commander in my stead? Get up, Garlean. You're going with him. Go on without me. I was not asking. You will answer for your actions in person. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Come, Onawa. Your manservant is not here. In fact, I have not seen him for some time. Onawa? Onawa! I could have sworn he was. Oh, there he is. Oh, he's on the ground.
Onawa!
No, no! What have they done to you? Onawa! Onawa!
Is that you, my lord? You seem rather flustered.
Because of you, you imbecile! What in the seven hells happened to you?
My apologies. Some few of the guests expressed a wish to leave, and I implored them to stay. It would seem they took issue with my request.
Oh, gods forgive me. If I had only been more careful with my words.
Do not blame yourself, my lord. I know that you and your brother have Ishgard's best interests at heart. That poor woman. She lives in the past, clinging to the memories of the lost. But the future holds so much promise, so much joy. And you know that better than any.
Onua? Calm yourself. The boy will live. But it's imperative we get him inside and into the care of a Chirurgeon without delay.
Oh, we were so close! Why does it all have to fall to pieces? Don't they want to live in peace? Don't they want to be happy? We all want the same thing! And still it falls to pieces! Tell me, what was I supposed to do? Someone, anyone, tell me, what was I supposed to do?
Madeline.
Stop looking to others. You make your choice and you live with the consequences.
And what would you know about consequences? You who always know just what to say and just what to do. Your every deed is greeted with a round of applause.
You know nothing about me. I have fought tooth and nail for the people I hold dear. Done everything in my power to save them. And I have failed. Learn to live with it. I have.
Cred. Alright, come on, get up, Amanda Lane. When you're done wallowing in your pity, please get him inside. I may have overreacted, but it needed to be done. It was becoming hysterical. I understand the desire to look for reason, for excuses, to convince yourself you had no choice. The past is the past, and there is naught but gain from reliving your mistakes. I know this. But he's yet to learn it. Well, now he's learned it. I have no desire to wait for the lordling to emerge from his puddle of self-pity. We have more important matters to attend to in Ishgard. Keeping up the good work, Robert. Oh. My lord. Emmerich. Word of the demonstration and its resolution outstripped you, Niren. Every man, woman, and child of Ishgard heard the tale. 'Tis rumored that my youngest lack of judgment was to blame, of course. Such stories are prone to exaggeration. What exactly came to pass? Alright, so I got drugged by the protesters. I see. So that is the truth of it. Regardless of his intent, the result is undeniable. He has furthered the cause of these misguided few who cannot let go of the past. In an instant, the delicate peace we were poised to forge is once more beyond us. They dwelt so deeply on the war and the vengeance it begets, only for that too to be taken away. Is it a wonder that they were left bereft? For what was the sacrifice? Have we not to show for our suffering? Without peace or sufficient salve, or mayhap I was mistaken. We are warriors, Lord Edmund, and ours is a nation built on centuries of warfare. Right or wrong, this is who we are, and we deny it at our peril. To hold on to the past without being beholden to it, must needs find a way to honor the sacrifice of our forefathers without glorifying in their excess. A difficult path, to be sure. We dare not deny the scars which mar our nation's soul, lest we spur other delusioned souls to retrace them. But as you say, we dare not revel in past glories for either, for they are tainted all. A clear, unambiguous enemy, and undeniably righteous cause. 'Tis a bitter reflection, but lies though they were, they did serve to unite us. No truth will ever serve us well, I fear, yet we are not without options. At our last meeting, a proposal was tabled by the other members of the Eorzean Alliance for joint military exercises, to strengthen the ties between our nations and test our readiness to meet with a common threat. I thought to delay these exercises until after the peace conference, but mayhap a grand melee would be just the thing to lift our beleaguered spirits. Better still, an occasion for the Temple Knights and the Watch to take the field as allies. A unified Ishgardian force filled with men and women from all walks of life, which would stand against the coalition of allied nations' finest. Hosted by Ishgard in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment, a victor under such circumstances would serve as reformation, nay, a declaration to all and sundry that we are strong as united as ever. Such victory would do much to fan the flames of patriotism, it is true, but if we should be defeated, though even to hold our own against the cream of three nations might be presented as a triumph. Very well, you may count on my support, but little of his worth. However, I have a request. I would have my son, the Madeleine, take part in the grand melee. By his deeds, he has brought shame upon Ishgard, and so, by his deeds, I would have him bring our nation honor. As you wish, my lord. If that is his desire, then it shall be so. Now then, we have no time to lose, Niren. Would you be so kind as to deliver my instructions to Lucia? I shall write to the Alliance leaders at once and begin making arrangements for the grand melee. Should you chance to see my son, pray him inform him of his duty. If he is not already returned, he will soon enough, making every effort to avoid me. Oh, but he won't avoid me. So that is the solution, a grand melee to unite the people. What part would they have you play in this affair, I wonder? You who have taken into confidence, upon whom they have come so heavily to rely on. Would you oblige them when the proposition is made? Will you stand for Ishgard once more? We have come this far, have we not? Well, when you put it like that, I suppose it would be a shame not to see it through to the bitter end. So, for this grand melee, Sir Emmerich, wishes to field a force comprising of both Temple Knights and Hilda's Watch, yet? I can only imagine what you have to say about that. In fact, curiosity compels me to go and see for myself. What sword is that? Ah, an Exarch weapon. Well met, Niren. Have you spoken with Sir Emmerich? As a matter of fact, he wishes to host a grand melee. I was aware of the Alliance's request, so Sir Emmerich would turn these exercises into a spectacle for the masses. It is not that I doubt the efficacy of such plan. Indeed, I know its effectiveness only too well, having witnessed it firsthand. Nevertheless, he has not once given me reason to doubt his intentions, and these are desperate times indeed. I will select knights for the event forthwith. As for the watch, Thancred's already taken care of that. Did he now? How considerate of Master Thancred to seek out young Raj Commander on his own volition. Alas, he acted prematurely. Pray deliver this list of watch candidates to Hilda. I would have her best men, not her most dispensable. Oof. Good point. Thancred's been telling me all about Sir Emmerich's grand soiree. Seems we're expected to join. It's nice of him to advise and all, but I hope he knows what he's doing, because we ain't dressed to dance with professional clean soldiers. Well, seems the first commander's gone and handpicked our guests. Can't say I disagree with her choices, though. She's got good eye. But you fighting too? Riggin inspired the lads if you were. I think their minds off getting their hides tanned and all. Think about it, eh? Hate to ask, but you haven't seen our favorite lordling, have you? I thought not. On the assumption that he is not to be found in his father's loving embrace, I suggest we split up and look for him. I will search the foundation, you the pillars. Okay, he should be around here somewhere. Oh, there he is. Hello, I'm Madeleine. I carried on a war to the manor. Our best Kyojins are attending to him as we speak. He is yet to wake, but surely he will. Hey, you're supposed to take part in the grand melee. So, Father has volunteered me for this grand melee of theirs. Ah, my beloved family, always making my decisions for me. Really? No, it's not like that. Oh, you wouldn't understand. How could you? You are free to be a man you want to be, whereas I am a son of houseful Tomps, don't you see? My future was determined before I was born. I could do what I could not do. Right or wrong, that was the way of it, till the old order began to crumble. Now we wander amidst the rubble, searching for a purpose, for a place. All around me, brave men and women rise to the occasion with faith and the conviction they dedicated themselves to their causes. Not I. I was terrified of making the wrong choice, which is why I let the better men make them for me. Do this, do that, take this duty, guard this conference. I suppose I convinced myself I was above it all, till your friend showed me otherwise. When I saw Honor, I wanted to scream. I wanted someone to blame, but in the end, it was only me. Only me. So you see, I cannot meekly bow my head and accept Paula's command. Such cowardice is what brought me to this point. I will go to Sir Emmerich and I will make my own decision. Well, well, someone grew a spine. Actually, she poisoned you. Thara attempted murder. I would have woken up and beat her ass anyway. She poisoned me! Very large man, you decided to be a grave woman. No, 2 women. But I think I'd rouse you from the longer fire. Right down, Krell's on and then we get the failed process on man. What does it say that she poisoned me? Oh, I guess he just told me that Emmerich's in a meeting. Yeah, well, I'm going in anyway.
Lord Commander, if I may, I wish to speak with you before the Grand Melee.
Proceed.
How do you do it, my lord? How do you lead with such certainty when so many of our countrymen will not hear of peace with the Dravanians? Some of them hate you almost as much as the dragons themselves. They decry you as a patricide in the streets. They even tried to kill you, for God's sakes. Yet still you march on, undaunted, where no archbishop dared to tread. What is your secret? Where do you find the strength?
For centuries, our nation has been punished for the sins of our forefathers. If our punishment is to end, I believe we must right the wrongs of antiquity and move forward as a nation united. Needless to say, my father did not share this opinion. He did not believe the people strong enough to bring about their own deliverance, trusting only in himself. Tyranny seemed to him the only solution. But I have faith in the people, Lord Amanalain. I have faith that they will weather this storm and overcome every trial we set before them. Many have fought and died to see this blight upon our nation's history cleansed, and I would not let their sacrifices be in vain. Though we invite reprisals, the risk is worth the reward.
I want to believe. I do. Lord Commander, through my careless orders, a pall has been cast over these proceedings, and I beg the opportunity to make amends. I, Amanalain de Forton, do hereby request leave to take part in the Grand Melee.
Who am I to deny such a heartfelt plea? We would be honored to have you join the fray, my lord.
You'll take charge of the Ishgardian forces.
For all my other responsibilities, I am still Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and I would not soon yield this duty to another.
The esteemed Sir Emmerich leading the Temple Knights and the Watch into battle along with my youngest. I could wish for no more.
Then you wish for too little, my lord. There is another who might yet join the fray. An indispensable ally to whom we owe much and more. An adventurer beholden to none, who nevertheless chose to champion our cause, who has shared in our suffering and in our glory. A warrior without equal, who I am privileged to call a friend. There is no one I would rather have fighting by my side. I ask this in full knowledge of your obligations, and will not think less of you should you refuse. But if your conscience will allow it, might you oblige me, my friend? One more time.
I fight with ishgard.
Together we shall give the people a spectacle for the ages. A celebration to mark the dawning of a new era.
Gods help me, I think I might be in love. As I say, it might be cheating too. Your mere presence is enough to turn the tide of most battles. And you see the way his eyes lit up when you nod? It was the look of boundless relief and joy. One would think a politician more practiced at concealing his emotions. Still, his honesty does him credit. For a moment, I was fair inspired to pledge myself to the cause. But that would be improper. This is their fight, and yours, but not mine. Sir Emmerich informs me that the Alliance leaders have agreed upon to this proposal. The Grand Melee will be held here in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment, and inside of the capital. An announcement has been made and allied forces are currently en route. The eyes of Ishgard are upon us, Naren. We must not fail. A rare opportunity to see you pitch yourself against allied forces, outside of Continental perhaps. I would not miss it for the world. You ready, Madeline? There he is. When I say, when you didn't appear, I began to question. Nothing, never mind. To think we are mere moments away from facing the cream of the Eorzea soldiery in battle, that I am mere... What if... Oh, what am I saying? I have not stopped imagining the West. I must think of the victory, the glory, of the stories I will tell Onawar when he wakes. I'm ready, old boy, are you? By the Fury, how can I forget? Father bid me present you to this. I know it's sudden, but I believe the men would find it inspiring if you bore the colors of House Thompson to battle. Pray do us this honor.
Let all here present heed well the rules of engagement.
The Grand Melee, the Grand Melee is a large-scale battle in which the allied company of Nidhogg, Garlean, and the Lominsan forces will be pitted against the company of Ishgardian forces. When a combatant is incapacitated, the opposing company will be awarded tactical points. The first company to attain the designated tactical rating of 100 points is declared the victor. During the Grand Melee, officiants may mark certain combatants with the Fury's Gaze, which will be indicated by an ethereal tether linking them to their company's flag. When defeating most combatants will award your company 1 tactical point. Defeating marked combatants will award your company 10 tactical points. Marked combatants also possess enhanced attributes, rendering them more powerful and more difficult to defeat. Defending and defeating these combatants is key to victory.
For the honor and the glory of Ishgard!
All is ready then. Very well. Brave men and women of the Eorzean Alliance, let the Grand Melee begin!
For Ishgard. Forward! Forward! Oh, there's Pippin. Oh, no you don't. The Fury's Gaze is upon us. Nearing Lord of Mannerlane, attend to the marked ones.
Is that all you've got?
Not so fast, Pippin. Oh yeah? They fall. Find the next. Press our advantage. Oh, Pippin's back. Hey, shush. Found you. Alliance tactical rating 1 hours 38. It's a regular PvP match out here. Uh-oh. Never mind, they're scoring. Come, Ishgardians, show us your mettle. Oh, it changed. It's Pippin now. Uh-oh. Oh, ours is on Lucia now. Ishgard, rally to the first commander. Oh no, you guys don't. Hold out, Lucia, hold out! Ah, damn, Lucia fell. Who's got it now? You do.
It ends here. Right
Oh, the Fury favors you. How unfortunate. Who's next? Well, I'm on. One more. The Fury's gaze falling upon General Rabon and me. Cyclops! And Cyclops! Everyone on your guard! All forces fall back! Tancred? God damn, knocked him down with a punch. Continue the melee, I will deal with him. Daft sod. You heard the man, back to it. All forces form a line on Niran now. Emmerich. Well met. I will not lie, I was hoping it would come to this. So then, shall we dance? Damn it all. I got this. Alright, Rabon. Let's dance. Why the Fury? It's just the two of them in there. On your guard, Lord of Manolane, our fight is not yet finished. Is that all you bastards got? Come on then, give us another. Oh shit. Gods, they just keep coming. But we cannot, we will not yield. You hear me, old boy? Don't you dare lose. Brilliant! You are indeed the warrior of light, but I am the bull of El Amigo. Oh, I missed one. Immortal Flame, huh? Strike Mirren, now is your chance. Strike him down for the glory of Ishgard. Oh, alright, take your victory. You've earned it.
Did he win? Then we... We
win.
Victory is ours! Ishgard! Ishgard!
Ishgard! Ishgard!
Well fought, my friend. You truly are the warrior of warriors.
Thank the Fury you were on our side.
Oh, my lungs are burning, and I can barely stand. I didn't think I could do it, but then I did. We did. We faced the Alliance's best, and together, with one heart, with one purpose, we prevailed. After 1,000 years of hardship, of strife and bloodshed, we are strong enough to rise to any challenge, be it on the battlefield or beyond. The future holds so much promise, so much joy. We need only show them the way.
A truly magnificent display, Sir Knight. While doubtless less than pleased, I am quite sure the Grand Companies are honored to have been bested by such valiant warriors.
Right, guys? Yeah. Alright.
The honor was ours, Your Grace.
I am pleased to see that Ishgard's proud martial tradition is being upheld. When the time comes, I trust you will fight alongside your brothers and sisters in the Eorzean Alliance with the same fervor you displayed in opposing them. I note that our friend elected to take the field in Ishgardian colors.
At my behest, Your Grace. If we have given offense, the blame lies with me.
Fear not, Sir Knight. It was a surprise, nothing more. And any hint of ill feeling was thoroughly dispelled by the spectacle of our mutual friend's duel with General Raubarn. On the subject of surprises, I could not help but marvel at the passion and unity of purpose displayed by your countrymen, given the troubling reports we have received of late.
I shall take that as a compliment, Your Grace. The events to which you allude are the price of change. The end of the Dragonsong War marks the beginning of a new era for our nation, and for the people, high and lowborn alike, who will lead her into the future.
Ah, yes. The people. Change is indeed a perilous thing, for we who seek it, and they who fear it. I shall pray for Ishgard, and for you.
Well, that made for a refreshing change. Congratulations on your victory, by the way.
Thank you.
Ishgardians certainly seem happy with themselves. I, for my part, am merely glad you did not strain anything in the process of single-handedly winning the battle for them.
Oh, please. Come on. It was a team effort. Come on. Oh, you okay, Thancred?
Tis but a scratch, I assure you. And I will not suffer you to worry over me. Not when we have a dozen far more important concerns. Make that 2 dozen. Still, as Y'shtola never tires of telling me, we can but face them head-on, one at a time. One day at a time. As Minfilia would have done.
Yeah. Hey, Rabon. Those balls, I've forgotten what it's like to feel so alive. Not since leaving the Blood Sands added the privilege. Not since the Bull of Alamigo hung up his swords. Back then, the outcome might have been different, but I knew I begrudged you your victory. I know how far you've come and how much you have endured. Our fight only confirmed it. We shall have to do this again when time allows. I shall look forward to it. Now go to the Ishgardians and celebrate your victory. You've earned it. Come, Pippin. Your Grace is expecting us. Lead on, Father. Backslash. Said your goodbyes? I did. In all the years I've known Rabon, I cannot ever recall seeing him look so happy in defeat. Well, everything seems to be falling into place, does it not? The Ishgardians have claimed a symbolic victory, and the Eorzean license has been strengthened in the process. Be proud, Niran. You made this happen. You learned the emote victory. Oh boy. Victory. Victory! Emmerich? We have done it. Nay, you have done it. You brought us the victory we so desperately needed. There is naught left but to return to the capital. Come, let us see what reception awaits us.
My lord!
Honorwa, my boy. Shouldn't you be in bed?
Thank you for your concern, my lord. But I have largely recovered from my ordeal, and I have naught but several scars to show for it, which I have been told some women may find appealing.
I see. And to think I was worried sick over you.
I'm not sure I understand, my lord.
Well, let's put that theory to the proof, shall we?
My lord?
'Twould seem that a great many things have occurred in my absence. I thought I might begin to make amends by welcoming you in person.
The messengers spared not their chocobos to bring us word of your victory in the grand melee. I cannot well describe our elation when we heard the news. It called to mind the day we rejoined the Eorzean alliance, when I glimpsed hope rekindled in the eyes of the people.
The Fury herself ushers us into a new era. Sir Emmerich, the time is now.
Aye, that it is. Reconvene the conference and summon Vidofnir to Falcon's Nest. We will make peace with Hraesvelga's brood and hasten this bloody war to its end.
Yes, Lord Commander.
I will send word to Artoirel and bid him resume preparations. Emanuele, you will place yourself at your brother's disposal. He will be glad of your assistance.
No stopping it now, is there? We should inform Y'shtola and the others.
My dear friend, I doubt I will ever be able to thank you enough. But when the conference is successfully concluded, I damn well mean to try.
I'll hold you to it. They say you dueled General Raubon within a ring of flames. I did not think the man so ostentatious. Would that I could have seen it. After we parted ways in Matoya's cave, I returned here to speak with Tataru, where I agreed to tell the others that our search for Mensalia had reached an impasse. I subsequently learned that you had left for Falcon's Nest, but I thought it best to keep to myself for a time. I won't rely on you overmuch when we are together, and I need to think, to reflect. I still do, I suspect. But matters here seem to be coming to a head. In short, there are some things I feel I must say. So... this guy. So nothing urgent that cannot wait till after the conference. So let us make for Falcon's Nest and see if Lord Artoirel has need of our assistance. Well met, Master Lucifarius. I thank you for looking after my brother. They say he fought bravely, that he did not dishonor his house. But you, my lord, we owe you everything. As you can see, we have made every effort to strike while the iron is hot. We made our intentions known. and that all will be welcome to attend. So they came. By the grace of the Fury, they came. The ceremony will be a lengthy affair. There's still much to be done. I'll speak with you more, but it's the state of my duties. As for you and Master Alfnod, you will do naught but enjoy yourselves. Is that clear? If any dare beg of your assistance again, I will have word. Hold on, I wonder. Here you are, the spirited stonecutter. Still wanna fucking fight the dragons? It's true that the lordling fought in the grand melee. Bugger me, that must have been a thing to see. See, he acquitted himself well enough. Maybe make amends, I wager. Still gonna go fight those dragons? Well, there you have it. We are forbidden from meddling. Shall we wait, or you have other matters to attend to before the ceremony begins? Excellent. I only hope that Thancred and the others will not be late. Apocalyptic events do not come around very often. Oh, Carl's here.
The appointed hour approaches.
Aye.
And you're gonna watch, woman.
She begged leave to watch the proceedings. I saw no reason not to grant it.
Should I choose to deviate from my prepared remarks, I ask that you trust in my judgment.
Have I ever done otherwise?
Look!
The White Dragon!
Ah, how long it hath been since our peoples met thus, children of Thordan, even by our reckoning.
Vidofnir, daughter of Hraesvelga, we give thanks for your visit, and bid you welcome to Falcon's Nest.
Our sire bade us hearken unto the whispers of our hearts. They spoke to us of a paradise lost, of bonds of brotherhood which they yearned to see restored.
Ours too yearn for such a restoration, and they have guided us here this day, that they might yearn no longer. Brothers and sisters, ye who stand as witness, hearken to me. Since the days of Eld, when the bonds betwixt man and dragon were sundered by our hand, our peoples have known only war. Bloodshed without end, losses beyond counting, and still we fought. And still we fought. Some wounds do not heal. The dead cannot be returned to us. But we, the living, can yet choose another course. Here and now, we can lay down this burden, this hatred, this vengeance. Our forebears fought not so that we could die, but that we might live. So let us honor their sacrifice and spare our children this death sentence. Let us gift them a new legacy. Life.
Betwixt our peoples yawneth a divide deeper than the deepest abyss, wider than the widest sea. Generations will live and die ere this divide is bridged. Knowing this, doth thy heart yet yearn for peace, son of Thordan?
Look now on the legacy we would leave to our children. A dream of peace, inscribed in stone for generations to come.
Father and his beloved, as they were so long ago, happy and at peace. The dream they shared shall be ours once more.
Never!
Is that Justinian? Nidhogg.
Your bow!
The eyes fused with him.
Child of Dravania, art thou grown so forgetful that thou wouldst forsake kith and kin and consort with the spawn of Thordan? That thou wouldst dare contemplate peace? Hearken unto me, all of you! The final chorus is nigh, and all will be held to account. All will bathe in the flames of retribution. Till the coming of that day, look you on your sins and despair, for none shall escape my wrath. None shall escape my revenge!
7 hells! Damn you, Nidhogg.
Hells, take that worm! While he lives, we'll never know peace.
Aye! There'll be no end to this war till Nidhogg is dead and gone!
So let's kill the bastard and be done with it! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Death to Nidhogg!
There they go, the last of the guests, having come hither with hope in their hearts and departed with hatred and bloodlust. Until the moment I saw him strike, I still held some small hope that you would have seen as law was an illusion, perhaps, but he acted without hesitation, as did Sir Embark. For a mercy, Vidocnir's wound was not mortal, or so Lucia tells me. The dragon was spirited away to Annex Shrine to receive care for her brethren. We can but hope her recovery is swift. But such was surely Nidhogg's intent, to deliver a proclamation not only to children of Thornton, but to his kindred. War is coming, and ye who do not stand with us stand apart. She was an example, a message to her brood, another instrument of his vengeance like a Stinian. When I said I wished to speak with you after the conference, I confess I envisioned rather happier circumstances. If anything, however, the latest tragedy makes this need more pressing. There are things I must say, not to the Warrior of Light, or even my fellow Siren, but to you, Niran, my friend. But not here, no. But of course, the intercessory in Camp Dragonhead is still open to us. Let us go there. Camp Dragonhead, huh? Oh. Backflip.
Forgive me. That took longer than expected.
Hot chocolate.
You seem puzzled. Oh, these. I thought something warming might not go amiss.
Oh, you made hot chocolate.
It was not all that long ago that we sat here, you and I. In our very own falling snows, as Lord Horshfong called it. I still struggle to believe he is gone. And Azelle too. I had such hopes for her. Master Matoya asked me what it was all for. Why we fight. And why we die. Were I still commander of the Braves, I would doubtless have replied, for the future of Eorzea. But I'm not that man. Not anymore. I needed a new answer. One that I could live with. And when I saw Estinian at the ceremony, I knew at last what it was. I do not want to be a man who sacrifices his friends and family for a cause. I want to fight for Estinian, and I want to save him. When Nidhogg leads the Horde into battle, Ser Emeric and his forces will do what they believe must be done. That is their choice to make. Yet even if Ser Emeric is willing to forsake Estinian, I am not. We must fight for him, for he is our friend and ally. We may struggle, we may fail, but we must try.
To aid those in need.
Lord Horshfong would be proud. I knew you would understand. Together, we will surely find a way.
Thank you, Naren. It is unfair for me to unburden myself in this manner, time after time, but I'm glad that you permit me nonetheless. You are a true friend and ally. Though not all of the Philistines will support me on my stance on Estinian, I have faith that we will win them over in due course. Such is the infectious power of hope. Right. That is quite enough solemn introspection for one night. I think we will both benefit from some time in the company of Tataru. She stays for us a 4 times better. Let's not keep her waiting any longer. Yet again we walk in an all too familiar path. I'm reminded of when we first came to this manor. Lost and uncertain, we were granted succor in our hour of need. We were saved. And now it is our turn to return the favor. Hear, hear, let no one say that the Scions do not repay their debts. After all, what kind of people would we be if we forsook our friends? We stopped looking for Yin and Papalimo if we gave hope of bringing back Ophelia back. Though she knew it would cost her dearly, Minfilia reached out to us to deliver our message. She believed it was imperative that we understand the true nature of the star, of the rift between Zodiac and Hydaelyn, and the Ascians' aspirations. But for all we have been revealed, I cannot shake the suspicion there is much more we have yet to learn. Agreed. In any event, I think time we step back into the fray and carefully consider our next course of action. It will not be easy to turn this tragedy to triumph, but we will find a way. We will. We will. You've learned the emote battle stance.
Of all the ways for it to end. Even before his transformation, I could feel the worm's hatred swirling about Estinian. The terrible, all-consuming rage. Enough to fuel a 1,000-year quest for vengeance. It was all I could do not to run away screaming. But Ishgardians, nay, all Eorzeans, are made of sterner stuff. They face danger and death on a daily basis, and understand what it takes to win a war.
Think not too deeply on Master Matoya's words. Her intent was but to steal our resolve. That, and to remind us to look beyond these passing conflicts to trials greater still, to the truth which hides at the heart of this world.
So that's your aim, is it?
You disapprove?
Not at all. I believe it's traditional for the student to follow in the footsteps of the master. And you are so very alike.
Change. That great inexorable wave was upon us, and soon all of Ishgard would bend to its will. For all our sins, for all our scars, the future for which we had long yearned was at last within our grasp. But it would be bought at a heavy price. For in those twilight hours did Nidhogg cry out for vengeance, and his brethren raise their voices for the final chorus of the Dragonsong War.
The gears of change. Caution, Ida. That's all I ask. Do not be so eager to place your faith in them. Not until we know more. Ah, Master Lucifer, it is well that you're here. You are wanted within. I believe Master Alphanal wishes a word with you. Ah, Niran, there you are. Have you a moment? There's something I would fain discuss. Must that you recall the events which unfolded at the peace conference, though I dare say you would sooner forget them. My mind returns again and again to the moment when Nidhogg appeared before the crowd in the guise of a Stinian. It was a sight to chill the soul, but one which gave me reason to hope that our friend might not be beyond salvation. When you described his faithful transformation as his law, I feared him lost forever. But the mere fact that some semblance of his former self endures must surely count for something. Alas, I have no evidence to support this impression. Thus did I turn to Y'shtola and Krile for more empirical appraisal, full glad that I did, for it would seem that some observations of their own to share. The ladies have stayed at the table at the Forgotten Night. Shall we go? Excellent. Let us not keep our colleagues waiting. Alright, to the Forgotten Night. The Night of Forgetfulness.
We have kept you waiting over long, I fear.
Not to worry, Alphino. We had some rather fine mulled wine to keep us company. Truth be told, you could have delayed your arrival a few moments more.
Gibrion got the spicing just right this time. His latest batch is not only delicious and warming, but soothing to the humours.
Indeed. But 'twas not to soothe our humours that we gathered here.
Ah, no, quite right. The matter of that poor dragoon.
You have discovered something. A means to save him?
Let us not jump to conclusions, shall we? Assess the facts presented, then make an educated analysis, as you were taught.
Pray, cast your mind back to the moment of Estinian's transformation. Do you recall how you described it to us? You spoke of the sudden pangs which racked his body when he took up both of Nidhogg's eyes, and of how his form was twisted thereafter into a shadowy semblance of the great worm.
When he appeared at Falcon's Nest, the worm's eyes were fused to his mail.
Would that only his armor had been corrupted. Snaking forth from the eyes, I descried dark tendrils which entangled his very being. His ether has been all but smothered.
Then he is lost to us forever?
What did I just say about jumping to conclusions? Y'shtola clearly stated all but smothered. As I later discovered, her impression matched my own. Though Nidhogg's presence filled my mind's eye, beneath his seething aura, I sensed the merest hint of something else. And after listening to Y'shtola's observations, I became more certain of my suspicion, that the something else I had sensed was, in fact, the trace of a different will, submerged in the sea of Nidhogg's rage.
You mean?
Yes, 'tis like that Estinian spirit yet lingers.
Can we not wrest him from Nidhogg's grasp, then? Tear the eyes from the armor?
We know not if that would serve to separate Worm's soul from man's. None have ever attempted such a feat.
Should it offer even the faintest hope of success, then by the gods, I shall be the first to try.
Alphino. By all means, hold fast to your hope, but be mindful of the dangers. Even should you succeed in excising the eyes from the Dragoon's mail, we have no way of knowing if your friend's soul would survive so violent a separation. And that is to say nothing of the possibility that his would-be saviour might become Nidhogg's next host.
But what other choice remains to us? Should the opportunity present itself, I will tear those foul orbs from Estinian's armour and trust in the resilience of his soul, even at the risk of mine own.
Ah! I found you at last! A messenger of the Temple Knights came to the manor some few hours past.
Sir Emmerich would speak.
Dang
to
it.
us. Very well, thank you, Anawa.
Accidentally hit X moving. Oops.
'Twould seem duty calls. Pray see to yours, and we shall return to ours.
Thank you, Y'shtola, Kryl. Your words have given me hope where there was none. Come then. Sir Emmerich awaits.
Alphino is allowing his feelings for this Dragoon to cloud his thoughts. I worry he may do something rash. Keep an eye on him, would you?
I will.
They think more of their friends' deliverance than their foes' defeat. But will history commend their fealty or condemn their folly?
The conference held at Falcon's Nest was to be a celebration of the reconciliation twixt man and dragon. But the lingering shade of Nidhogg, clad in the flesh of the Azure Dragoon, did mark the occasion by spilling the blood of his own kind. A timely atrocity to remind the children of Ishgard that the Dragonsong War was far from over. And when fear gave way to fury, the call to arms rang out anew. Death to Nidhogg. Death to Nidhogg.
Death to Niddy. What news has Sir Emmerich to share with us, I wonder? Excuse me. Might Sir Emmerich perchance proceed... God, can't breathe. Received word of Dravanian advance. Or perhaps they have located a stick. That is to say, mayhap Nidhogg has been found. Come, I will hear what the Lord Commander has to say.
My friends, I thank you for coming.
You have had news of Nidhogg?
Alas not. Our scouts range far and wide, but they have as yet found no trace of the Great Worm.
We dispatched an elite unit of dragoons to reconnoiter the churning mists, but even they returned empty-handed.
A pity.
Fear not, Alphino. We shall see the worm again soon enough. His words at Falcon's Nest attest to that. Indeed, he is like to come sooner than we would wish.
I assume Ishgard's defenses are being bolstered as we speak?
With all haste. I mean to call upon every able-bodied warrior at our disposal, from the Knights of the Four Houses to the men and women of the Watch. But I did not summon you to discuss strategy.
What then would you have of us, my lord?
I will speak plain. Now that Nidhogg is possessed of both of his eyes, no mortal force we can muster will repel him. That being the case, we must needs recruit an ally of equal strength.
You speak of Heavensward?
I do. To whom else could we turn?
That he is Nidhogg's equal I do not deny, nor can I name another. But convincing the reclusive creature to do battle with his own brood brother will be... how shall I put this?
Well, I mean, Bahamut's dead, Ratatoskr's dead, Tiamat's locked away, Vitra's missing, Astaya's missing. So it only leaves Heavensward.
It will be no small undertaking, yes. Estinian's report was most particular about Heavensward's unwillingness to involve himself in the affairs of men. But much has changed since your visit to Somal. And if there is even a chance that the dragon may be swayed, I must plead our case. Whatever price the dragon asks of me, I shall pay it. Such was my oath, to defend the people of Ishgard. Come what may, my friends, the battle with Nidhogg will mark the end of my tenure as the acting head of church and state. Will you help me discharge this final duty?
We will, my lord. Though I fear our involvement offers no guarantee of success. Come then. We will depart at your leisure.
Thank you. Both of you. The city is yours, First Commander.
My lord, we shall pray for your swift return.
You know what? I know what I'm gonna do. Probably Wednesday, I'm going to stream the Warring Triad, and then Saturday will come the Void Arc, and then that next Saturday will be the end of oh god, I'm gonna have to actually recalculate the streams. Next weekend is Japan Fan Fest. We'll get the full trailer for DawnTrail, and we may get the release date, as well as making pre-orders. It grieves me to impose upon you in this matter, but you of all people understand the threat we now face. It is no imposition, said Emmerich. To Niran and I, Ishgard is set as a second home. After the many battles we have fought and the bonds we have forged, the plight of your nation has become our own. If there is aught we can do to aid in salvation, then you pray impose all you must. Agreed. You are true friends. Shall we begin about our task then? We have no way of knowing when Nidhogg's shade will strike, but we must assume that the time is not our ally. Indeed, with that in mind, I have taken liberty of dispatching a messenger to inform Mistress Tataru that you will be escorting me to some All. I confess I did not provide the exact details of our destination, as they are yet unknown to me. We will summon Hraesvelgr at Zenith in the Churning Mist ere we begin our ascent. However, I think it's best we pay a visit to Annex Shrine. Seek an advantage in the coming negotiations? I do. I would consult with Vidofnir. I propose that in part for our concern for her condition, were she to succumb to her wounds, it could have grave consequences for our alliance. That apart, she may be able to provide insight into her sire's current state of mind. Well reasoned, to the Dravanian forelands then. Huh? Oh hey, the sound glitched. I don't have the teleport noise. No, I almost had the whole. Vidofnir, you thick, beautiful dragon, you. Ah, 'tis the warrior of warriors, and his companions. What bringeth you to mine abode? Pray forgive us for disturbing your recuperation, Vidofnir. I hope your wound does not pain you overmuch. Didst thou imagine me close to death? The thrust was deep, but not mortal. I will heal in time. Full glad am I to hear it. You were the guest of honor at our conference, and we failed to our duty and protection. On behalf of Ishgard, I apologize unreservedly. I am a dragon full grown, and thou thought to protect me, mortal. I was tempered by the fires of battle ere thy great-grandsire learned to crawl. Thy words do remind me of a knight whom I called friend some 1,000 years past. He swore to defend me from harm and hardship. Would that we could return to that era of peace when man and dragon knew such comradeship. Oh, he was a comrade, all right, and skilled with certain lances. Would that our every effort do so were not undone by ancient rancor. For truth, there can be no peace while Nidhogg's shade yet lingereth. That much is plain, yet we lack the strength to banish him. Thus do we make for some all to beseech the aid of your sire once more. Folly, thou knowest as well as I how he will answer. Hraesvelgr's heart remains unchanged then. A pity, but if it's folly to hope, I am content to die a fool. As hath ever been the way of thy kind, go then, but be warned, the Shade's presence hath driven its minions into a frenzy. Thank you, Vidofnir. We shall disturb your rest no longer. Though I have been expecting no better answer from the Dauphin, I take little pleasure from having been proven right. It seems that our presence at Zenith will be every bit as unwelcome as I anticipated. What is the eye of one great worm to a trio of self-confessed fools such as ourselves? Let us begin our ascent. After you, Master Alphanode. Alpha, no. Gotta remember the D is silent. Scout ahead if you wish, Naren. We shall join you outside Mogholm. There they are. I had heard tales of a world above the clouds, but never did I dream. One's mind paints a pale picture of its majesty. Few live to see such wonders. I am reminded of my first visit to this peak, where Stinian and Isael yet walked out our side. Popo, is that you, Naren? Is it Mog? Don't tell me you forgot my name, Kupo. After all we've been through together. I can't even remember what the voice I gave you last, but at least you remember me. You do remember me, don't you, Naren? Moglin? Moghan? Come on, memory banks. Work with me. Moglin? No. Mog... No, Moglin's the leader, so it's Moghan. I remember because I gave him a goofy voice. I don't remember what voice I gave him. Phew, you seem to be a bit hesitant there for a moment, but I'm sure you were just fondly recalling our time we camped near Zenith, right, Kupo? God, what was his voice? Oh, we're putting our shared history to one side. What brings you and your friends to Mogholm? We need to speak to a Freysfelger. God damn, I'm trying to remember what voice I gave him. I, for the life of me, cannot recall. Another audience with old Freysfelger. Well, I hope you brought the horn, Kupo. With the winds as gentle as they are, a good loud toot should reach the great worm's ears easily enough. That is good to hear, Moghan. Thank you. You best press on Zenith too while the winds are in our favor. Bye, Moghan. Now that was unexpected, Kupo. Chief Moghan will want to hear about this. Toot. What do you guys want? You dare summon me again, mortals.
Great Hraesvelga, 'tis not lightly that we beg this audience. Pray hearken to our words, for they concern the future of man and dragon both.
Greetings, Hraesvelga. I am Emeric de Burrell, acting ruler of the nation of Ishgard. I am come before you to parley on behalf of my people.
To parley. Thinkest thou thy purpose unclear to me? Thou art come to beg mine aid in the battle against the shade of my brood brother.
You foresaw mine intent.
I but read that which is writ plain in thy eyes. Would thou had wit enough to scry the answer in mine? My beloved Shiva did once build a bridge twixt man and dragon, a bridge which thy treacherous forefathers saw fit to tear down, as thou well knowest.
Lis ech Nidhogg kasmon ikini, lis nuan jas an es in, salen mon hanesh, undahai in.
Thinkest thou Nidhogg was alone in despairing at the murder of our brood sister? Thinkest thou mine own soul did not cry out for vengeance? Know then that upon thy cursed day my heart did wither in my breast, and thy kind became unto me the harbingers of despair. Tis only Shiva's gentle dream that prevented me from flying at Nidhogg's shoulder. Be grateful that I swore to abjure aggression ere I consumed her. I permit my children to offer or deny thee aid as they see fit, to warn thy people of my brood brother's coming. That thou wouldst dare ask more of me but affirmeth thine incurable arrogance.
We understand that in your despair at man's betrayal, you seek only the refuge of solitude. But But despite your protestations of spent faith, do you not still nurture the smallest flame of hope?
Perceivest thou such light in the dusk of mine existence?
I do. If you claim I see falsely, then tell me, why did you consent to bear Rizel upon your back?
Isael, piteous, deluded Isael. The child did lament her past sins, and sought to balance the scales with her remaining days. 'Twas her unquenchable passion, so alike to that of my beloved, which did spur me into flight. And for my own part, I would countenance no longer the hands of evil men to use my brood brother's eye for ill.
So you do distinguish between those who acknowledge and repent their sins and those who perpetuate them. Interesting. It seems to me that you have not, in fact, lost faith in mankind as a whole. Rather, you weigh our respective merits by how we allow the past to influence our future.
Spare me thine idle sophistry, even were there a mote of truth in thy reasoning. What of it? Wouldst thou have me slay my own sibling to save a city of mortals?
Should we suffer ties of blood to bind our hands, then? Nay, if the crime is one of unconscionable evil, we must needs condemn it, even should the transgressor be our closest kin. When my father corrupted himself and his followers with the power of a primal, I beseeched the warrior of light to slay him, an act alike to patricide. That he did not die by my hand matters little. If anything, it heaps greater disgrace upon my name. But had my father not fallen, he would have drawn countless thousands into a holy war of hellish proportions, which I hold the greater crime. Thus did I order his execution, sparing the lives of my people and yours. Alas, your brother Worm now prepares to murder those whom I sought to spare. What is more, he has taken my comrade's body for his own. But if I must slay my dearest friend to defeat my direst foe, I will not flinch from my duty.
Thou wouldst strike down thy friend, and by example of thy righteousness, persuade me to break mine oath and kill my kindred? Oh yeah? Well, I brought your dad.
Sloskna, dyrkin illes, kolhes na inish, draor in.
Heed me, my child. The servants of Hydaelyn envision a different outcome. They intend salvation not only for Ishgard, but for the doomed Dragon Slayer as well.
Nidhogg, Ngarjas, Nosk in an, Slisva Holkas, Kain na.
Believest thou this shade to be Nidhogg returned? It is not merely a manifestation of his vengeance, the shadow cast by thy brood brother's rage. I would not command thee, but ponder well thy course, lest it lead thee unto greater remorse. While this shade of vengeance remains, the future will remain uncertain.
Esgnitheg esgdir ulgar an, in an hesnesh an, jas ong, ingar.
Nidhogg's transformation to rage incarnate is in part of my own doing. I rendered unto him mine eye and empowered his revenge thereby. But 'tis the purity of my brood brother's wrath that lendeth him his all-surpassing might. Hast thou the strength of will to stand against so terrible a shadow? I wonder. 'Twould seem I must put thee and thy companions to the proof.
Sway in Ratatoska this die an. Slosk kin. Skor ich les ilo.
I shall await thee in the ruins where in Ratatoskar once dwelled. Heed well the words of my children, and hasten thee to the place of thy trial. I believe I spied a wyvern landing just outside the palace. It is doubtless one of the children whom Retold spoke. Come, my friends, let us not keep our escort waiting. My broodmates and I will bear you to the place of your trial. Make your preparations. So, NPC-wise... Hey, it's Benneret. Cheat Moglin. This is as far as you go, Nirens. You and your ridiculous name won't make it past me, Kupo. Yeah, okay. Oh no, he's got protection. His own Moogle's guard. Kupo, that's enough. You made your point. This is a fight to the death. Look, it's Ratatoska. That was my child so far, but I remain unconvinced. Nidhogg would spare you no clemency, and thus neither shall I. gave my all. I pray it was enough. I shan't soon forget this trial. Even bereft and high, my brood brother was fearsome indeed. But having tasted thy strength firsthand, full well can I imagine how thou didst bring him low. The dreaded title of Azure Dragoon is no empty appellation. Crimson Dragoon, if you will. Very well. I shall trust in the seed of man one last time. By thy deeds shall the flickering hope that lingereth yet within my heart be kindled anew, or extinguished forever. Oh, so you'll help us. Great. That you yet stand is ready proof of your determination, mortals. Let us fight as allies then, and banish my brood brother's vengeful shade. On my oath, the wrath that was once Nidhogg shall meet its end. I swear on the memory of my beloved Shiva, and on the soul of Lost Isail. Oh, my poor ribs. That was a painful reminder of a great worm's might. And had he truly meant us harm, we would not be standing here now. Plainly his intent was to teach. His onslaught forced me to recall my training, and the speed of a dragon, his balance, his blind spots. It was in short a very thorough lesson. Oh, Kupo. Naren, let me congratulate you on the completion of your trial. For one with a name more befitting a jester, you fight with the savagery of a rabid demon. Do you see how my wings are kinked? Even my palm aches. After this drubbing, I fear my loyal subjects will have to bear the load of my personal chores for quite some time, Kupo. Possibly indefinitely. That's what you get for opening your mouth, Morgan. Well, when I told you about Niren's trial, I didn't mean for the rest of us to suffer. Oh, you said that out loud. That's triple shifts for you, Morgan. Triple? Well, that's not fair. There's no justice, Kupo. Not at all. If I see another mogul, it'll be too soon.
Our negotiations proved rather more strenuous than I had anticipated, but the results seem well worth the effort.
The battle was indeed hard won. Thank you, my friends. I would never have earned Hraesvelga's cooperation had you not seen fit to grant me yours. 'Twas your stalwart heroism that moved the heart of the Great Worm at the last. Any gratitude I can offer is but poor reward for your continued service to Ishgard.
'Twould seem our final reckoning with the dread worm is at hand. I only wish we had some inkling as to when he means to strike.
Oh, you had to open your mouth, Alphino.
Oh, gods.
The cry heraldeth his coming. Nidhogg's shade hath taken wing.
It has begun. We must away to Ishgard.
Ishgard will not last against Nidhogg and his horde. We must away. Know you then what this roar portendeth?
Aye. I must return to my city without delay.
Then we shall lend you our wings. Let us meet Nidhogg on the field of battle, and together bring an end to his wrathful song. We're coming, Estinian. Get him, Lucia.
Remember your training! We hold fast until the Lord Commander returns. Ugh. We must hold!
You know, this kind of makes me wonder, where are the dragoons?
Reinforcements! By the Fury, that one is the size of Nidhogg.
Lord Commander!
Alright, let's see in these odds.
You are late, Warrior of Light.
I was busy. Yo, Luce. Oh, damn it, there's a mosquito in my room, and it just bit me. Wherefore standest thou with these vermin, brother?
Still walking.
Abandon this war, shade. The suffering thou sowest servest no end. The traitor's progeny have learned of their forefathers' betrayal, and seek now to make amends with our kind. Never shall our grief be assuaged, nor our losses forgotten, but reconciliation may yet halt the spread of this plague of enmity. Forsake thy vengeance, and be at peace. What soft-headed ramblings are these? Thy dalliance with the vile maid hath robbed thee of thy wits. Mayhap her cloying perfume hath made thee forget the stench of our brood sister's lifeblood. Thou there speakest of my beloved. Ah, so the flames of rage may yet be kindled. I fear that heart's fire had long since gone out. But waste not thy fury on words, brother. Thou shalt have need of it for battle. You got this? Thank you. Come on, race. Thou art weak, Racefelger, a slithering worm who fawneth on vermin who should rightly be his prey. For 1,000 years I have fought without cease, and thou didst think to prevail against me. Glory not in thy victory, shade. The battle is not yet won. My power and my hope I have entrusted to another. Aye, what hast thou done? Oh, okay, bye, good night. Fool! Thou wouldst trust a mortal with thy strength? I know thee. 'Twas thou who didst intrude upon my lair and best the half of me. But now I am whole, and naught in creation shall deny me thy vengeance. Why don't you come over here and prove it? Okay, let's see if I can actually get people to do this. I might have to solo him. Whoops. Got to clear it. Okay, 5 minutes. I'll give it the 5 minutes. If it doesn't kick off in the 5 minutes, then I'm soloing him. Gotta psych myself up. Gotta work real hard. Gotta stretch them thighs. I was gonna say, yes, behind me. Let's see how the fight's going. I hope it's going good. Backflip. You know what? No, I promise. I swear I would give it the 5 minutes. I don't want to have to like steamroll him in this fight. Yeah, I can just like sprint jump right across. Oh, I can leave. You know what? I'll give it to the 3-minute mark. It's got till 3 minutes. I am a little pressed for time. So how's everyone this evening? I wouldn't be waiting this long if I was a tank class or a healer. I mean, technically, lore-wise, the player character would have done this solo. Four, 3, 2, 1. Alright, it had its 3 minutes. God damn, he's rolling a lot more than Monster and Monster Hunter. Uh-oh. Ow. Dang it. Damage down. Oh, damage down is not impeding me in the slightest. You missed. Besides, I can do that too. Uh-oh. Oh no, how much is this gonna hurt? Ow. Ow. Stinian. Ow! Buddy? Buddy, you good? You with me? Homie? Home dog? Home slice? I want to see if I can do it. Thank goodness all this next part is voiced. I don't have to say a word.
Estinian!
Is this to be mine end? Nay, I will not allow it. I am of the first brood. I am vengeance incarnate. I am Nidhogg. Thou shalt die by my hand.
This is not your hand, worm!
Thou wilt obey.
I would ask one last favor of you, Warrior of Light. Finish me, now, while I have the beast subdued!
You ready? Alright, come on. Stubborn eyes.
Waste your time. Kill me! It is the only way! Ending Nidhogg will be my final duty!
No! You can't die like this! I won't let you!
Hush fun. Right. Come on. I've lost one. I've lost enough. That hurt. You good, Alphino?
The eyes! Cast them into the abyss!
These bitches evil. Yeet.
He lives. Ah, Estinian, my ill-fated friend. Lucia, summon the healers. I want them ready to receive him.
At once, Lord Commander.
Allow me to do this much, at least.
Yeah, don't interfere with the bromance, Alphino. How's your wing there, buddy? The Horde hath sensed the fall of their master, scattered to the winds.
You have my gratitude, Hraesvelga. Your deeds this day have saved a great many lives.
Then our alliance hath served its purpose. Thou didst wield the power I granted thee well. 'Twas thine own skill and not mine eye which earned thee victory. Wait! Your eye! I wish thy companion a swift recovery. Fare you well, children of man.
The battle is won. We can do no more for Estinian now than bear him home and wish him well, even as Hraesvelga did. The rest we must trust to the hands of the healers and the grace of the gods.
So the haze of pain I swear I sensed, but no, the past is done and we must look to the future. At long last Nidhogg is gone, his foul spirit cast out at once and for all. I only pray that Estinian survives the ordeal. Your battle with Nidhogg's shade will beget many an epic ballad. Niren, and rightly so. It was, without a doubt, one of the more epochal victories, though I must admit that I took greater joy in seeing you emerge from the experience unscathed. And not only for your own sake. Had you not been there to aid me, those infernal eyes would still be fused to Estinian's mail. And even with Nidhogg gone, I cannot help but wonder how much of our friend remains. Let us pay a visit to Lucia and beg news of his condition. Formal Bert, defending everything good. Niren, Master Alphinaud, my honored friends. As if winning Hraesvelga to our cause was not enough, you took it upon yourselves to rid us of his brood brother. I know not how to thank you. My own contribution was hardly noteworthy. True saviors of the day were Niren and Estinian. One triumphed over Nidhogg's shade through sheer strength of arms, and the other through sheer strength of will. Speaking of Estinian, what news of his recovery? The Azure Dragoon was conveyed to the infirmary, where he now resides under the care of our hospitalier captain. I am told he has yet to regain consciousness. But as you know, Estinian's mind and body were held hostage for many days. You must be patient and allow the process of healing to begin. In the meantime, you would do well to rest and recover from your own ordeals. But surely, Sir Emmerich is never long from Estinian's bedside, and will send word the moment there are any developments. Now, if I have satisfied your concerns, I believe Lord Edmont and his sons are most eager to celebrate your return. Very well, First Commander. Come, Niren. It would seem we are waited at Foltomp Manor. Whoops. Bonoi. Oh, please tell me this is voiced.
The heroes of the hour return.
Okay, good. I'll be right back.
We but did our duty, my lord. It was the memories of fallen friends and not our heroism which saw us through at the last.
I gave every ounce of my strength, but mine efforts would have counted for naught had the Warrior of Light not arrived to challenge the Great Worm. As a sworn knight of Ishgard, I had hoped to do more for my city.
Well, we cannot all be heroes, dear brother. Let us put away our pride for a moment and revel in the valiant deeds of our comrade. For your sterling service to Ishgard, we salute you. And while we're on the subject of valiant deeds, I believe I myself have earned some small measure of recognition. Under my watchful command, the ballistas of the Outer Ward struck down a veritable swarm of Dravanian invaders.
My lord's command was certainly watchful. He bravely watched as the siege crews took aim, and continued to watch as countless wyverns met their end. Indeed, the ward's defenders proved so well drilled that my lord had little occasion to stop watching.
There will be time enough to determine who is most deserving of recognition later. Our friends are doubtless weary from their exertions. I had chambers prepared in expectation of your return. You are welcome to retire at your leisure.
I am most grateful for your hospitality, my lord, but I believe I shall pay a visit to the Temple Knight's Infirmary. Pray excuse me.
Our master Alphino has grown. The plight of his stricken brother-in-arms pains him more than his own hurts. In which respect he has come to resemble you, Warrior of Light. Go then, visit the Azure Dragoon, and grant him what comfort you may.
Ah, the cutscene ended. Came back, I don't know how long it's been. Let's see. Ah, Embark. Just gonna hop on the table here. Niran, my friend, what can I do for you, the savior of Ishgard? You seek Master Alphino? Ah, he came to relieve me of my vigil a short while ago. When he begged to sit out his stay inside, I could not well refuse him. Though he would soon have faint to admit it, the boy must be exhausted by Hraesvelga's trial and all that followed. Stinian is blessed to have such devoted comrades. Oh, last quest for part 3. My own friendship with Estinian began some 10 years past, shortly after we forgot about this. Shortly after we joined the Temple Knights. I learned his name soon enough, but Estinian barely registered my existence. I was less a fellow recruit and more a shadow which occasionally darkened his path. And so I might have remained, had not fate seen fit to intervene. While on the patrol, our company was set upon by a dragon, and we were the only two to survive. The experience forged a bond between us, as such life-threatening situations are wont to do. Despite our friendship, he remained an intense and solitary youth, wholly obsessed with claiming vengeance against Nidhogg. Revenge was ever at his forefront of his mind. Revenge for the death of his parents, and revenge for his younger brother. I wouldn't venture that in Alphino he sees something of his lost sibling. That's right, Estinian had a brother. Brostinian. And in the ungentle chidings of Estinian, Alphinaud has found the elder brother he never had. Truth be told, Estinian's tactless observations have saved me from disaster more than once. And I can understand Alphinaud's affection for him. He is a friend with whom I would gladly. Lord Commander, your presence is required in the infirmary. Is he? Tell them I am on my way. Quickly, Niran, we must go to him. Upon the receiving, yes, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Got it.
Estinian!
Uh-oh.
Cease your mewling, boy. It grates my ears.
Forgive me. When I saw you awaken, I could not... It was such a relief. We feared you might never wake up.
Now, Estinian. If Master Alphino thought any less of you, you would still be Nidhogg's plaything. Or dead.
Aye, 'twas but a jest. I thank you, Alphino. And you too, Warrior of Light. Quite how you managed to persuade Hraesvelga to aid in his brood brother's downfall I cannot imagine. But full glad am I that you did. 'Tis an honor to share the mantle of Azure Dragoon with one such as you.
Yeah, well, now we're both stuck wearing red armor.
I, for my part, owe you an apology. When last we met, I did willingly loose an arrow at your heart. Can you forgive me?
There is naught to forgive, Emmerich. You but acted in defense of Ishgard as is your duty. Were you any less single-minded about it, I would not follow you into battle, nor trust you at my back. Besides, I had come to the selfsame conclusion, that I would have to perish for Nidhogg to be stopped. So let us dispense with the hand-wringing. I have heard enough mewling for one day.
Oh!
The tendrils of Nidhogg's foul presence bound up every fiber of my being, usurping my senses, but I yet retained some trace of awareness. The worm's mind was as a vast and tumultuous sea. Endlessly its black waters churned, his grief and despair at Ratatoska's murder never calming, never receding. Driven by this surging current came wave upon wave of unrelenting rancor. It was the very image of my own heart. There I saw the dark reflection of the hatred I felt after Nidhogg slew my family, when no path remained save vengeance against dragonkind. Neither one of us had a choice. But I was blessed with something Nidhogg was not. Comrades and teachers to console and admonish me. Had I not had them to gainsay my obsession, it would surely have consumed me as Nidhogg's did him, and we would have been in all respects alike. Though his shade is banished, his spirit scattered upon the sea of clouds, I feel no joy at his passing. Where once I craved vengeance, I now crave rest. Lord Commander, my hunt is at an end. I would lay down the mantle of Azure Dragoon.
My friend.
He has tired himself with too many words. I doubt not that he will make a full recovery, but he must be allowed some few days of quiet.
Let's go.
I too must see my path to its end. Sleep well, my friend.
Following the battle with Nidhogg on the Steps of Faith, Sir Emmerich called an assembly that he might make his final proclamation as acting head of state. 'Twas there, with one decree, that the 1,000-year rule of the archbishops was ended, paving the way for a new republic. The governance of Ishgard would now be placed in the hands of high and lowborn alike, their ranks represented by the newly founded House of Lords and House of Commons. Church was separated from state. The foundation for change had been carefully laid, and the reforms proposed by Ishgard's new government passed into law without incident. His duty done, Emeric de Burrell gladly stepped down from the Archbishop's dais, only to be raised unto the highest seat in the House of Lords. Though he strove at first to refuse this honor, the unexpectedly strident voice of the Count de Durandare left him little choice but to accept. And so it was that the winds of gentle revolution came to stir. Prominent among the many honored guests at Sir Emeric's investiture were the ambassadors of Dragonkind, a fitting symbol of Ishgard's newfound peace. The people looked on in awe as he soared through the heavens on Dragonback, and by their cheers did they hail him an Azure Dragoon for a new age. Thus were the notes of the Dragonsong rewritten, the din of war giving way to a rising litany of peace and hope.
Hey, don't make this weird how I'm writing your dad right now. Too late. It's already weird. From the Memoirs of Count Edmond de Forton, Heavensward. Oh, I'm definitely using this as a thumbnail. Oh, or maybe this one. Oh, right. Well, with that, the war is at an end. I was gazing at the sea of clouds in an all too rare moment of idleness, when I chanced to behold a certain hero wending his way towards the city on Dragonback. Welcome home, Niren. Nay, 'twas no great matter that moved me to greet you in person. Between you and me, I was merely sought respite from the pressures of office. No sooner do I surrender my role as temporary head of state than I am burdened with the position of a more permanent responsibility. I fancy that it echoes in some small measure the way you feel when your improbable feats of heroism are rewarded with still more impossible challenges. The myth which guided our society for generations lies in tatters, and am I then to be scorned for building upon the system of nobility that I once sought to tear down? What strange justice is that places me at its pinnacle, an archbishop's bastard at the head of the House of Lords? But these questions are for me to answer. It's not in a man's nature to change overnight. This I learned through painful experience. And it was this hard lesson which convinced me to take the path which we now follow. Even as we rebuild the bridge between man and dragon, so must we reimagine ishgard, one carefully placed stone at a time. We must remember that it's not for us that we laid this groundwork, but for the men and women that our children will become. May their towers rise proudly from the fundament of our legacy. I hear word from Captain Whitecape that Estinian has vanished from his sick room. His willfulness survives undiminished. Should you happen upon our unmannerly friend on your travels, pray assure him that I shall keep ishgard safe until he deigns to come home. I will. Thank you, Niren, and please convey my warmest regards to Master Alphonel. Whoops. Well, alright guys. You spoke with Sir Emmerich. I do not envy him his new position. Ishgard has chosen a new road, but one littered with detritus of 1,000 years of broken faith. Yet though her people may stumble from time to time, I know none better than Sir Emmerich to lead the march to the progress. As for us, there remains a small matter of ushering in a new dawn in the shadow of inscrutable Ashian machinations, and seemingly endless procession of primals. But we too must walk our chosen path, no matter how treacherous the footing. Indeed. In the wake of Ishgard's governmental reform, new airship routes have been sanctioned. You may now travel to a selection of distant locales from the landing on Ishgard. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away. Thank you, Blanhez. Now you not need remain there. We shall rendezvous at the usual place. All is proceeding as expected then. Aye, there's naught to concern us, aside from one overly curious mouse. This way. Him again. It is of no moment. They will play their part and we will play ours. And thus did grey mist give way to azure skies. Man and dragon rise above, voices joined in song. But beneath shrouded boughs, beyond the scope of light, shadow stirs. Oh boy, there's part 3. I really gotta start streaming earlier. Wait a second. You're not who you are. Or are you? Alright, anyway. You know what? I'm gonna go stand over here. And warm myself by this fire. Good night, everyone.